Welcome back to day 3. You made it. Give yourselves an applause. Let's welcome President and founder of Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher.
Loaded Patriots here on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're rock. Okay, where are the purple hats? Want to see the purple hats? Turn your lights on. Can you see you turn lights on? Yeah. I want everybody to know who you amazing ladies are. I love this. So while you're getting your hats on, God, those lights are bright. Welcome, good morning. This is the final day. This is the happy, sad day where we enjoy all the fun things that are happening and know that it's almost over and we're all going to go back home. But the exciting part of that is you're taking all the energy, I love those lights, all the energy and excitement that you learned, take back to your own home and community, your own state, and be the light and the energy getting all those other moms mobilized and excited. There's a couple of things that I want to tell you about. The most important thing is if you don't know and you didn't get the memo, this afternoon at the end of the program, I'm asking everyone, and you got to spread the word. Spread the word at lunch. Every time you say, do you know we're supposed to meet this afternoon? Do you know we're supposed to meet this afternoon? This is Purple Day. Okay, so after lunch, get your purple on. If you do not have a Purple Moms for America shirt, go to the booth and get one. If you have a local, state, or county shirt, please wear that. When we get done today, we are going outside into the parking lot. So anybody who's parking in the front of the building, we're going to ask you to move to either the side or the back of the building because we are going to be doing a huge video shoot out there with all of you in your purple shirts. And we're going to be walking through the parking lot, we're taking images. We've got a drone and everything. I want moms to see this is cool, and this is the network. Be a part of the network. So we are going to be doing that. So spread the word. We want you guys to be there. It's probably going to be 2:30, 3 o'clock sometime where we'll head out there. And then after that, everybody can just head off and make the magic happen where you are in your own communities. Okay, couple other things. There are all kinds of groups that sparked up all over the country in 2020. Just moms who started showing up at school board meetings or getting involved in one way or another. And some of them found an organization like Moms for Liberty or Moms for America, or they started their own like No Left Turn or Don't Mess With My Kids. I probably didn't heard of all these things. There's so many PERC, there's so many organizations out there that started, but there's also just, groups of moms who are gathering together in their own communities and affecting change in their own school district, in their own community. And this network is about all of us. This isn't the Moms for America network. This is the Mom Network. And Moms for America is just, kind of pulling everybody together. So we go out and we find these groups and say, how can we help you? So Moms for America does not have chapters. Do you guys all know this? Yes, we do not have chapters. We have autonomous groups that can wear the Moms for America brand or choose not to. So if you wear the Moms for America brand, we always make it about local. It's your state, it's your community, it's your school district, whatever the local is, that's what you are. Because if we just show up at a school board meeting or any kind of gathering and it says Moms for America, they just look at us like a national organization butting our nose into their business. But when we show up with California Moms for America or your county Moms for America, then they know we live there, we work there, we shop there, we vote there. And that is a game changer. It completely changes the conversation and the relationship. So that is one of the things that makes us unique. But then we also have affiliates. They're basically the same thing. They just don't wear our name. They don't wear Moms for America brand, but they are in the network and they're doing things in their communities, and we provide the same support, resources, and training to all of them. That's why this is a mom network. So remember that when you're going home and you're reaching out to other groups in your churches or your community where other moms are gathering and say, we'd love you to be part of the network. Well, I don't want to be part of an organization. Oh, that's okay. Just be part of the network. And you can have access to all of these things and be more empowered and more powerful and effective in the battles that you're facing in your own home. So because that is how we operate, and I have a very strict rule, we do not compete, we collaborate. That is how we win. And so there is a great organization. The lights are too bright, I can't see, but is Naomi here? Are you in here, Naomi? Naomi, I don't know. Okay, so Naomi has a table out there. It's Don't Mess with Our Kids. There are some really exciting things happening. I can tell you about two for sure. The other one I'm just going to give you a little teaser on because more information to come. But on April 13th, you can go to their booth and you can see this. April 13th, it's a call to the Capitals. And we are encouraging moms all over the country, show up at your Capitol, show up in whatever color. If Moms for America, show up in purple. And your hats or whatever. If you're another organization and you have a different color, wear that. But we're calling moms to the state capitals on April 13th to stand together, to pray, to protect our kids. That's what this is. Unite, pray, stand. That's what it's all about. And then on October 12th, we are all gathering together at the National Mall right before the election to do it again. If you're able to come, great. If you're not, you can be there in spirit. But I'm telling you, optics are powerful. And when that Pink Hat Brigade descended on the nation's capital to throw their middle finger up at the newly elected president of the United States, it was optics. So if we show up, that's all you got to do. Show up. They can't dismiss us. There's another thing that's happening August 31st. Put it on your calendar. I cannot tell you what it is yet, but it's going to be huge. And it will also be in Washington, D.C. on the National Mall. So we will keep you apprised of all of these things. Make sure you sign up for our newsletter and just enjoy the day. I'll be back here at the end of the day, but I'll get to sit and watch the programs like you. Yesterday and the day before, I guess I just have to watch it on video later. I didn't get to see anything. It's okay. It's okay. But today I get to enjoy it with you. So it's going to be a great day. Lots of stuff happening. Just have a great time and being together, and because we're all going to leave energized and excited and probably need a couple days to recoup. All right. Thank you, guys.
Let's welcome Vice President of Moms for America, Debbie Krolitis, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Woo! Who's got the energy? All right. We need lots of coffee. Lots of coffee. So, thank you again for the folks that were here last night. What a great evening that was. What a great summit. What a great gala. What a great celebration. And what great people. I hope that we've had a chance to hug and exchange phone numbers and really get together this week. So if you haven't, make sure you do that because this is for you, moms. We love you so much. All right, this is a video that we produced a couple years ago, and we wanted to actually bring it back out because it not only celebrates our country, but it celebrates life, and you'll see why.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States
of America
and to the republic,
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
So, God bless everyone today. God bless our country, and thank you. Have a great time today. I'll see you later.
Alvin Jackson proudly serves on the board of directors of Moms for America, and his wife, Julene Jackson, is our senior instructor. Together, they are the power couple that not only live the principles of our mission, but teach them around the country. Please welcome Al and Julene Jackson with Within Our Four Walls.
Oh no, he's getting enamored with himself again.
Again, yes. No need to adjust your screen. I do look this good. Good morning.
Oh, I always say Al is indeed a legend in his own mind. It's been a joy to be married to you for 31 years, this legendary man. Thank you so much, beautiful mamas and grandmothers and our dads out there. The early bird gets the worm, I always tell my children. So over the last couple days, you have heard a lot of really compelling ideas and issues. And, you know, it might be hard to know, where should I place my energies? I mean, what should I focus on? I really sometimes think the enemies of freedom want to wear us out with playing whack-a-mole with so many issues and trying to combat everything. And so I want to challenge you this morning to ask yourself, let's begin with the end in mind. I mean, what do you really want out of life? What do you want for your family and for your rising generations? You're probably very much like Al and I. This is why you're here. You want a strong family, a service-oriented family, a God-centered family who loves liberty and freedom. I mean, that's what our founding fathers knew. If you have a strong family, you'll have a strong community. And if you have a strong community, you will have a strong nation. And that's why they wanted, you know, the government to foster and protect the integrity of the family so that we could live in liberty and freedom and live according to the dictates of our own conscience and our own heart. Our founding fathers also knew that we were going to be a light on the hill as long as we remained one nation under God. And so they also knew that when America did well, all ships were going to rise. And it starts with the family. And so this is what we're going to talk about today. Let's have that next slide. So this is our family. This is the Jackson clan. Our oldest is 29, on down to the baby who is 16. Now, everything we're going to talk about tonight or this morning is what we have tried out on the kids. They have been our guinea pigs, really, for about the last 25 years. So I'm the national instructor for Moms for America. So I teach a lot of the online classes, the miracles. Oh, thank you. So I teach those classes on the Constitution, and I even rope in my husband recently. I realize it's a lot funner to teach with my man. And so as we go around the country and our wonderful education team, Z and Hannah and Trusty and Lauren, I couldn't do any of the work that I do without them behind the scenes, making it all happen when we teach online and forging the relationships with the mamas and our state directors throughout the country. But as we travel and as we teach online, every single time a mother will tell us how this knowledge of the founding of our nation and constitutional principles and these stories of the founders, how it's gotten in them, how it's changing them as a mother, how it's bolstering their marriage, how it's changing the way they interact with their children and teach and share with their older children as well. So how do women stay anchored in hope so that we can turn around and anchor our family in hope so they can have the courage to stand on that wall and stand for God's truth and God's love and for liberty? So Al, take it away. I'm going to have you start with number one. How do we stay anchored in hope?
Thank you. Let's go to the next slide. Freedom is a gift from God, not government. That's a no-brainer for us in this room, but too many Americans don't believe that. They really don't believe that. And that changed in the 1960s. The 1960s were just awful. And it actually, if you remember back to 1963, there was a statement that was said by a very popular man. He said that even after 100 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is not free. That's incorrect. We were born free. I was born free. You were born free. And that changed the narrative that it's government or better white people that are going to make us free. No, God made us free. In Galatians chapter 5, verse 1, it says, "Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ has made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage." John Locke said, our freedom is non-transferable, irrevocable, and unsellable. It's so important, brothers and sisters, that we teach that freedom is a gift from God to our kids and to our grandkids. That's empowering. That's a gift from God. And therefore, those rights are unalienable. Thank you. Next slide.
Okay, so we take those kids and those grandkids to God, and that is where our solution and our deliverance and healing takes place. Okay, and then we make quality family time a high priority. And I'm not talking about more shopping or bowling or trips or recreation, and that is all good. But take a dedicated time each day to gather the children, and I'll talk about what you can do as they become adults and how you can help with the bigs. And so you gather those kids. Let's see the next slide there. So when they were little, we would just teach them a little Bible story. We had a little work chart on the wall. We'd teach them a little poem, and then we'd pray every day. It was as simple as that. It took 3 or 4 minutes. So that's what we did with the littles. And then let's see the next slide. When they got to be teenagers, the middles, we would gather them in the morning. Now, at that point, I was attending cottage meetings, and I was learning these, stories of America and constitutional principles. So I began to come home and weave them into the family devotional. Now, at first, Al thought I was a right-wing nut,
I did. You still are.
And I still...
Yeah.
Well, your heart was touched. And he began to teach right along with me.
Yes.
And what we learned together and taught our kids in the morning devotional, I believe, was the impetus of you running for the state senate and winning.
Right.
And so I sometimes like to take credit for that, but I think there was a little bit of the influence as we all were just learning together in the home. And then let's see the next slide. So now when the kids are older, they're mostly all out of the home. But when they come back home, we crack open the Bible, and there's going to be some study time. The beautiful thing is Al leads the charge, and he presides over that discussion. We talk about current events. This is just what we do, right? So the sooner you can begin doing it, the better. Even if you start today, if it is important to you, it will be important to them, okay? So never think about, I wish I had done such and such. Start today and then be consistent in what you do. Let's see the next slide. So now we have just one baby left at home. Miss Marie Jackson is just she and I. Sometimes, actually, Dad takes her to her little religious class at it's called seminary in the morning at church, and then she comes home, and she and I, we pledge, because they don't pledge anymore in the schools, so we pledge at home. Get yourself a flag, and when the kids or grandkids come in, pledge. Let's see the next slide. So we read a little Bible story, then we talk about a constitutional principle from the 5,000-year leap. This is a class that Moms for America offers. Let's see the next slide. And then, look, there's nothing high-tech about the program here. I just slap it up on the fridge. And so that's our morning routine. We pray, we pledge, we read something from the New Testament. We do a constitutional principle. We actually go over the headlines of the newspaper because I want them to hear from me first what is going on in the world before it is spun at school or on social media. So we set the record straight.
There you go. Amen.
Then we read a little something quick out of a story from America. We review the calendar, we sing, and we pray. Now, this honestly takes like 12, on a long day, 14 minutes. If I go 1 minute over, the 16-year-old definitely lets me know, but we crank it out every day. And you get a kid, you do something like that in the morning, you are arming them. As you send them out into the world to be able to discern truth from error when they hear it in the classroom or on the playground or whatever that may be. Okay, Al.
All right. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, we learned the Constitution from the viewpoint of the founders. The Lord never sends his battalion into battle without giving them a weapon. And what's our weapon? Our weapon is the United States Constitution. That's our weapon. Just as you put the work in to convert yourself to the gospel of Jesus Christ, prayer, scripture study, then action, you do the same thing for the gospel of freedom as they go hand in hand. Now, you don't have to memorize the document word for word, but we have to know that there's 7 articles and there are 28 amendments in the Constitution. Some of those amendments from 1913 have weakened that
27.
Constitution.
Did you say 28?
28 amendments.
27 amendments.
No, there's 28.
28 principles, 27.
Oh, that's right. You're right. 27 amendments. You're right. Very good.
Even the
Very
teacher
good.
gets it.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about this later. Okay, very good. Some of those amendments in 1913 have weakened the Constitution, taking power from we the people and putting it in Washington, D.C. That's why we're in this mess. And then you have to understand, next slide, the premise behind the Constitution was to protect families. And to do that, you divide power among many, thereby not concentrating power in the hands of a few or the one. And that's where we are today. Jefferson said the way to have good and safe government is not to trust it all to one, but to divide it among the many, distributing it to everyone exactly the functions he is competent to. We've got to write these principles on our heart. What's principle number 22 from the 5,000-year lead?
Well, 26 is the core unit that determines the
I asked you
strength
for
of
22.
society.
All right. Give me 26.
Well, that's our favorite.
Yes.
They said the core unit that determines the strength of society is the family.
That's right.
They knew it. They understood it. And so
Right.
that's why what we do within the 4 walls of the home is the most important issue of the day.
It really is. And we teach our kids that the proper role of government is to protect equal rights, not to provide equal things. And when you write these principles on your heart, they're easy. When you go to school board meetings, when you go meet with candidates, you speak with a power, because these principles are transcendent. They transcend race. They transcend political party. And they empower you to take the level out of the gutter, out of the weeds, and up to a higher level. And believe me, it does resonate. Over to you.
Okay, and our last thing to keep us anchored in hope so we can keep the people we love anchored in hope. Next slide is to do so. Oh, you know what we forgot to talk about?
That's right, the Healing of America.
The curriculum. So right now we teach a Healing of America seminar. It's a 16-week free curriculum every Thursday nights, 1 hour. Tyler Otta, our young little mama from Virginia, is teaching the national class right now. It's beautiful. You'll love it. And then let's see the next slide. Al and I are getting ready to start a new class.
Right. I posed for this. This book was written in 1958 by Cleon Skousen. A lot of what's in this book is happening today. So you have to understand what system they use to get us to where this point is, because that gives us hope, because guess what? Systematically, we can put it back together again.
Yeah.
And that's what you learn in the Healing of America seminars.
Yeah.
Not only do we talk about God's hand in the building of America, we talk about the Constitution, what unraveled that Charter of Freedom, and then the 4th seminar, the most important, is how do we put it back together? And we can with God's help.
Very good. Okay, let's see the next slide. So when we do those 3 things, the 4th will be easy. You will know what to do as you ask God and as you learn, as you're studying, as you're praying with your kids, as you're studying in the Word. God will put on your heart what you should do. Do something. Just support a good candidate. Go to a meet and greet of the candidates. Get involved in your schools, city councils, testify. But I'm telling you, the most important things you will do will be within the 4 walls of your home, teaching your kids to pray, having a devotional. Let's see the next slide. So our kids mostly are older now, so God put on my heart to send them out a text devotional about, honestly, 5 times a week. And it's just a little quote, inspirational quote, then a scripture, then I bear my testimony of it, and then I usually send pictures that day of what the kids are doing because they're spread all around the world, and it just keeps the family close, and it helps remind them what mom and dad stand for and what they should be standing for. The wonderful thing about the cottage meetings, women coming together, is what you learn is what you go home and teach your husband, teach your children, teach your adult children, teach your little grandchildren when they come over. It has been said, let's see the next slide, that 10 small discussion groups in a community will do more to create a new way of life than 100 meetings with 1,000 people at the attendance. And I have seen that firsthand, how transformational these little groups of women coming together are. That is what moves the needle in your life and in your family's life. And as you do this, let's see the next slide, God will direct you how to be a part of the solution, what to do. You get enough mothers and families doing this, and it will justify the heavens to intervene and heal this land. That is the promise that God gives us, and we can take his promises to the bank. As we say, okay, Lord, here am I, send me. We know that God works through small and simple means, each other, to bring about his purposes. Just remember George Washington and his little ragtag army, how they went up against the greatest army and navy in the world and won that Revolutionary War. If God is for us, who can be against us?
Amen.
Where there is liberty, there will be the Spirit of God, and it will start with one home, one mom, one father, one family, one cottage meeting, and one neighborhood at a time. We don't have any reason to fear. God is going to prevail, and we will too. So will our families. Truly, the greatest work that we will do will be within the four walls of our home. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here today, and God be with us as we go out and lead this charge and bring our children and our families along. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Sweetheart.
The sobering reality is that evil exists in our country. We have real enemies. I started to think about what more could I do? We will always have challenges in our lives. We will always have enemies that will come after this country. We're fundamentally responsible for securing our future. When we think about children and we think about the incredible evil that exists, nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to bring it up. That's the red line. Our mission is to protect and defend our constitutional and God-given rights. Understanding who we are as Americans, what we are capable of doing as Americans when we put our mind to it. Fight Like a Flynn actually was created by the American people. It became a hashtag. Fight Like a Flynn PAC is solely going to be focused on America and America first.
Our freedoms are not guaranteed. The faith of our nation is being tested.
The destiny of America will be decided on what you do today.
Paid for by Fight Like a Flynn, flynnpac.com. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
General Michael Flynn was the National Security Advisor for the Trump administration. He became the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. His honors include the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star, and 6 Meritorious Service Medals. General Flynn's latest book is The Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generation Warfare. He and his wife, Lori, have 2 children. Please welcome our favorite general, Michael Flynn.
All right, wake up, wake up. All right. Okay, Kimberly's a hard person to track down. Have a seat, because I'm going to take my time to do a couple of things here. These are teaching moments for all of us, right? Everything that we do is a teaching moment. So, and I'm very serious about what's happening to this country, and I'll talk briefly about that. And whatever that clock says up there, it doesn't matter to me. So, is Kimberly here? Yeah, okay, because she was trying to sneak away. Okay, so come on out and all right, yeah, big applause, right, Kimberly? So, and I honestly don't remember when the first time I met her, but when I first met her, I just know that my mom, who's deceased, great lady, and my mother was the president of the Right to Life Committee, and one of the first things that she dragged me into, and as a child, I went to the 1974 first Right to Life March in Washington, D.C. in January after the Roe v. Wade 1973 decision. And my mother took that on as a passion. And Kimberly reminds me a lot of my mom. in her toughness and her courage and her tenacity. So I know that when we first met, that was really what struck me about this beautiful woman, and talking about her kids, and it was like, just I could see and feel the passion in her. So we've connected the whole time, and my wife and I, Lori's here, and we just stayed together and fought this battle together, because we need, like I am a soldier, led up to 20,000 people in everything that we do, and we need like legions, right? They talk about legions in the Bible, and they talk about brigades and divisions in our military and fleets. And this is one of our best generals that we have. You saw some of that talked about last night. We need these warriors, these commanders, these leaders at this level, because she's got a nationwide movement. So anyway, you saw that little clip about Fight Like a Flynn Pack. We just started this thing about 6 months ago, and we've been working our tails off. I got all kinds of stuff that I do, and maybe I'll talk about some of them, but and we really reached out to the American people, because I never knew I was going to have a political action committee. I could care less about politics, to be honest with you, but our lives are all about politics. So I started this thing. We started to raise money real hard, and we just started to decide who were we going to support, what kinds of issues, and Moms for America was right at the very top of the list. So as soon as we got enough money, we're going to start pouring it back in, and we're going to go to zero by 5 November, okay? Every dollar we got, we're going to put it right back into somebody who's doing something for this country. So what I want to do is I want to make who I have up here first before you guys flip that. So I know that there's a lot of sponsors, but we wanted to make a big deal about this. This is really our first time doing this. Robert, who's standing right next to Kimberly here, is our treasurer. Robert's been in this business, and he's part of our team to help us fight. And then Mr. Victor Meller has been a great partner of mine, and we are in this to win it, right? So, Kimberly, if you don't mind, we're going to present this check. Go ahead and flip it over, okay? And yeah, so you're amazing. So I want to get somebody. Somebody take a picture of a photo I'll never see, but that's okay. Okay, so that's for you. It's Robert. Yep. Yeah, it's great. That's great. Yeah, I wish we could add another 0 or 2 more zeros. And one day we will. One day we will. Okay. One day we will. Okay, get off the stage. Off. All right. All right. Okay. Are you guys ready to show that clip? If you could just bring it up to the beginning, if you could bring it up. So while they're doing that, another book that a partner of mine and I wrote, another soldier, another guy that's retired Army, we wrote a book called Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generation Warfare. And the second in the series is called How to Fight Artificial Intelligence. Okay? So I'm messing around. I'm one of these, I'm very, I was always an innovator on the battlefield, an entrepreneur. You got to take risks in warfare in order to win and to fight against some of the battles that we have. And so I'm not going to show you this whole thing because I want to bring up a young lady here in a minute. I'm going to probably show you maybe 2 minutes or whatever, and I'll tell you guys when to stop and just make sure that the volume is up. You'll hear me in the introduction talk about how we're experimenting with artificial intelligence because our kids are bombarded, all of us, we're all bombarded by it. Don't think for a second that in our case, the U.S. government they have every bit of information on you. They know it's not about, how much money you're spending. It's what's the behavior. What is your behavior, right? What is your behavior? Do you get up in the morning and have a cup of coffee before you brush your teeth, right? Or do you brush your teeth before you have a cup of coffee? It's like that level of detail, okay? And a lot of it has to do with stuff like this. And it's like somebody goes, well, I don't want to, those damn phones. Too bad. How many of you don't have a phone? Yeah, okay, all right. So it's like, in warfare, There's probably one of the oldest military theorists is a guy named Sun Tzu, and I talk a lot about him. I've read him, studied him, and he talks about know your enemy, know your terrain, know yourself. And in my military career, I've never fought on terrain that we wanted to fight on. We always had to fight somewhere else because it was always overseas, okay? And so it was always choosing terrain that was never really good for us. And, you know, and I go through a whole day of talking about stories about that. And that's not an easy thing to do. But here we are in this country, and this is our terrain. So we know this terrain. And these are our people. We know the people. We know ourselves really well. We haven't quite figured it out exactly what we're capable of doing yet. So anyways, this is a little bit of an experiment. Make sure you guys turn it up and just listen, and we'll play into the first part, and then I'll give you the cut. Okay? Go ahead and play. Okay, I'm General Mike Flynn, and here at Patriot.tv, we're experimenting with artificial intelligence to be able to communicate to much wider audiences, particularly audiences that represent the demographics of this great country of ours, the United States of America. So you're gonna see me doing interviews, and you're gonna hear me in Hispanic or Chinese Mandarin or Persian Farsi or Arabic or French or Italian. It's fascinating. It's how we're applying artificial intelligence and how we communicate with a much greater and diverse audience. So thanks very much for listening, and enjoy the podcast.
我们现在又卷入了另一场战争，我称之为第3次世界大战。之前在演播中谈过这个问题，今天我们稍微再谈一下。那包括什么？但是我们在更远泛的中东地区有一个重大的地区冲突，我们在东欧地区有一个重大的地区冲突，主要发生在我们的南部边境。我们在太平洋地区面临中国和中国崛起的重大地区冲突。由于我们在美国失去了视野，我们失去了对他们的军事力量和能力的了解，我们已经失去了我们作为一个基督教国家的身份。为了中间和回到这个想法，我才重新拿回我们是一个宪法共和国的想法。我们必须站在我们的道德高地上，站在我们信仰的道德高地上，那就是精神层面的组成部分。袒露地说，教会包括很多事情，这是一个非常普遍广泛的陈述，但是美国的教会将不得不再次站起来，我们将不得不找到信仰领袖水，将不得不发表自己的声音，这包括从天主教信仰一直到所有。
Yeah, if you guys can turn, yeah, there you go. Thank you. So that's wild, isn't it? That's wild. Okay, I don't speak Chinese Mandarin. You know that the fastest growing Christian community in the world are Chinese? Okay, in this country. That's actually a good thing, yeah. So, and what I can't wait for is to release that on some airwaves in China. Okay, because believe me, so you guys are really the first big audience to see that, because I'm still messing around with that. We had an expert Chinese Mandarin speaker go ahead and analyze what it was saying just to make sure that it was accurate, right? And it's very accurate. What we have done is we've taken a couple of software applications and we've blended them, some really smart technical people that we have on our team. We've blended them. We've basically taken the best of a couple of capabilities, and we're engineering them to be able to do this, okay? So what I'm going to be doing in the future, because we have to get in front of this, and we have to communicate, okay, guys like me, right? And as I look at these audiences that I speak to, you know, I always say that, you know, most of it's not the my kids' generation or the babies, I don't know if the lady, you guys are the ones with 20 grandchildren, right? Unbelievable. Somebody out there. Where's she at? It's amazing. But it's not that. It's our generation. It's my generation. So when we talk about the greatest generation, which is what my father was a part of, my father and mother, okay, my grandfather was in World War II as well. So we now need another great generation. In fact, we're in the midst of a war. And that's so that podcast that you saw was really about Christianity in this country and the moral decay of the United States of America, and how we as a body, not just the church, but as a society, need to raise ourselves up, and we need to think about how do we fight back. Because as the thing goes on, it goes all the way, it's probably about 10 or 12 minutes, and it goes on, it's basically talk about the things that we must do, right? The things that we have to do. And that's why I'm such a big fan of Kimberly and Moms for America, because this is a do organization, right? There's a lot of organizations that are talk organizations, and they raise so much money, and it's like, I don't know. I just, don't get me going on that, okay? Don't get me going on that. Okay, what I'm going to do is I want to bring out this young gal who I met, Chloe Castillo. Chloe, if you could come on out. Are you out back there? Yeah, come on back out. Okay, I'm not going to embarrass her. I'm going to actually let her talk for a little bit. Chloe hails, Chloe hails from San Antonio, 18 years old. I really just had a chance to talk to her yesterday, And I try to find these lights in people. Like there's another gal that she knows, Hannah Faulkner, Hannah is 16 years old. She's a sophomore in college, and she's got one of the fastest growing, I guess Gen Z, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I don't get the alphabet messed up. But Gen Z, she got one, in Hannah's case, she got one of the fastest growing podcasts in the country. 16 years old. In Hannah's case, Chloe's 18. Chloe's a classical concert pianist, as well as somebody who realized, wow. So is that working? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So kind of just tell the audience a little bit about yourself and what your passion is.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for having me out here. I really appreciate it. But so anyway, I'm a classical pianist, like General Flynn just said, and I was been in training since I was 4 years old. I was on the path to Juilliard or Eastman or something along those lines, And in 2020, I woke up during COVID, one, because the music schools are insanely liberal, and I was like, I can't, live and survive in this environment as a conservative, vaccine mandates, on and on and on. I was 14. And and I was raised conservative, but I was homeschooled, and so I was raised with classical music and Frank Sinatra. That was my culture, and I love it. I still love it. but when I was about 14, 15 or so, when COVID hit, I got on social media. Everything went onto social media, and I was one of the many who was out there in the media. And I witnessed my generation being completely indoctrinated by leftist values through music. And the left has completely infiltrated so many aspects, basically, I think, all aspects of American life, and music is a huge, huge part of this. The music industry is so corrupt, and as conservatives, we fight in politics, and we have to keep fighting in politics. That's extremely important. Yet we can't put all of our eggs in that one basket. We have to attack culture as well. We have to address culture. And if we do not address culture, this next generation is not going to be conservative. We're going to be extremely liberal, leftist. We're being raised on Taylor Swift, who thinks that abortion's okay, who thinks that the transgender movement's okay, and who, hates men. This is not okay. And as conservatives, it is extremely important that we stand up for our values in music. We have to create an alternative music industry for the youth. Culture is it's so important. So I'm on a mission to bring non-degenerate music of all genres to the forefront of American culture. I just started a movement called Make Music Right. Thank you. I just started an organization called Make Music Right. It's a movement, like I just said, to bring that non-degenerate music, just good music of all genres to the forefront of our culture. And I like to start within the conservative movement to do that. And so I'm just so happy to be here networking with all you guys, meeting you. And I just think this is such an important thing. So thank you so much, General Flynn. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You stay here for a second. So there are some people out there. So number one, when I meet young people like this, it just gives me hope, right? It gives me hope because I'm like, that's what I fight for, right? So I always say, and I taught this to Kimberly, right? She's listening. I taught her that don't ever, because I know she does it as well as I do, don't ever see a tear as a sign of weakness. You see it as a sign of determination, okay? Because we are determined to not let these sons of guns do this to our country, which they are doing, and we're just not going to give in. So it's going to be an interesting time. So when I find young people like this, I want to, one, it's a great confidence builder, although you can tell how this young lady's very confident. But it's also to show all of us, you know, because there's a lot of people out there that are hopeless and really afraid and don't know what to do. And so we've got to promote the next generation as much as we can. And sometimes I bring up little kids to the stage and let them, you know, say things, and that's a dangerous thing. But they, you know, it's to show people this is why, because somebody did this for you, okay? Maybe not like this, but somebody did this for you. I know my mom did this for me. You know, we used to call it, I'm one of 9 kids, we used to call it in our family, forced family fun. And my mom would say it, come on kids, we're going for some forced family fun today. And throw us into a Volkswagen, okay? And they know that little bucket in the back? Anybody that ever drove a Volkswagen? 2 of my brothers would sit back there. They'd get stuffed back there. Put 9 people into a Volkswagen. So I want people to understand that, you know, there's hope out there, and there's strength out there, and there's bravery out there. In fact, you know, bravery needs a face. Okay, bravery needs a face. Chloe is a face of bravery. Kimberly Fletcher, a face of bravery. But we've got, all of us need to understand that. All of us need to understand that we need to put a face to those brave people, those brave in our communities, right? Because you know you've got people that are willing to stand up now. And I've met a couple just in this last couple of days, because I like to come to these types of events, because to me, I want to find champions. I want to find people who are willing to go to the gates with me, okay? Me, and I say that in a collective sense, all of us. Because I can give you their plan. I know the plan of the adversaries that we are facing. I mean, in detail. And so now it's a matter of, you know, that's why they attack those of us like me, like Trump, and others. They will relentlessly attack. You know, the whole danger to democracy, you know, white Christian, nationalist, all these things that you hear about, right? You know what the opposite of a Christian nationalist is? It's a globalist atheist. Okay? Yep. So, yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm an Irish Catholic kid that grew up in a tough family. You know, we practice. I just mentioned about my mom a few minutes ago. And if nationalist means that I love my country, you're damn right, right? So, you know, but my mom used to also teach us, right? She also used to teach us the phrase, sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me, right? And they will try to do the sticks and stones thing, as we've seen with organizations like Antifa and Black Lives Matter, which has nothing to do with color. It has to do with ideology. Okay, that's the Marxism ideology. For anybody that's old enough that remembers organizations in the 70s like the Weather Underground or the Black Panther Party, those were Marxist organizations. They weren't about race and color and all this other stuff. They made it about that. They made it about that because that's when they made the decision to take over the Democrat Party. We're in another cycle of that, except this time it's very outward facing. And they made a decision. They actually made a decision prior to President Trump taking over in 2016, and then before he actually took office, the exact date is 5 January 2017 in the Oval Office, is the date that they decided we're not going to allow this man to serve, and we're going to basically start to destroy, you know, the fabric of a duly elected president of the United States. That's the date. It's captured in evidence. It's captured in the Durham report. It's captured in the media. You know, it's like, I'm not making this up, you know. And that changed that. So that date also changed my life too. But there's others. It's not, and I don't just pin the blame on, or it's not about blame. And I'm not, you know, just say it's these guys, these bad people, because we have, you know, this establishment If I could sprinkle fairy dust, I guess, if I was, bewitched, right? But if I could sprinkle fairy dust, I'd sprinkle fairy dust on Washington, D.C., and just have them all go home, all go home. So, I know these guys in the back, because I know they're on a really tight time. Government. So, and this is really, to me, because people ask me all the time, would you ever go back in government? And I don't know, and nobody knows right now. Nobody knows right now. Most important thing is we got to have an election, and we've got to win the election. Whatever, we can't worry about but if I'm always asked, if you wanted to, if you were to go back into government, what would you do, right? And a lot of people think I would say, we got to get rid of the FBI, right? Or we got to, get rid of the justice system or something like that. No. I mean, the very first thing that I would do, and I would thank all the people that work in this building in Washington, D.C. I'd thank them for their service, and I'd tell them, go find a job in middle America, and it's called the Department of Education. I would shut it down in a second. The Department of Education in this country is not a constitutional institution. In fact, most of Washington, D.C. is not a constitutional or are constitutional institutions. They're not. They were created by just a exploding federal bureaucracy, and now the Department of Education, and people really don't know what we've heard in this forum the last couple of days. All this stuff going on at the school, and the great work that Moms for America has done to overturn school boards, but there are policies and giant sums of money that flow through the Department of Education, a multi-billion-dollar organization, down to people, because we say to ourselves, child or pornography in libraries in an elementary school didn't just show up, in the last year, okay? So the Department of Education, we should not have a Secretary of Education in another administration. Like I said, thank those people, because there's a lot of good people that work in that building. Tell them, tomorrow the doors are going to be chained, and we're going to, and you go, here's a 30-day stipend, and I hope this is being live streamed. Here's a 30-day government stipend. Go find a place in the country that you like to be, and go get into education there. Because the one thing that our founders did say was that the states have an awful lot of rights, right? And we don't have not one governor. And you all might say you're a governor here or whatever, or you're from another state. We don't have one governor, not one that has stood up and done the right thing. Not one. Okay, not one. It took this governor too damn long to figure out that the border was being invaded. So I'm out there, and you can find me, and I want you to find these champions like Chloe. I want you to get out there and find these people and help them. Get behind them. Bring them with you on these kinds of endeavors this journey that we're on. And get with people that you love, or that you can stand being around, at least, right? And get away from those that are just doing nothing or complaining, or hey, it's like, if you complain in my house, you'd be right out the door on your keister. And don't complain, get out of here. Go do something, go play my father would say, go play in the street, right? So I'll just finish by just saying I want to thank everybody that's here. I especially want to thank Kimberly Fletcher, the Moms for America organization, her entire national team of people, some of whom are here. You've met some of them. Others are all over this country, and they are ready to go to war for this country. And I think that's kind of the footing that we have. I say something like that, the left goes nuts. MSNBC will be talking about me tonight. But I do believe that's where we are. We're in a it's sort of a spiritual war for sure. It's emotional, it's physical, it's intellectual. There's an intellectual battle. There's intellectual battles going on every day. And what we've got to find in warfare, we have something called incremental victories. We seek incremental victories. This kind of a weekend is an incremental victory for this organization to move this entire national organization forward to continue to fight these battles. And we need more and more of these incremental victories. And that's how we're going to win this war. And it is definitely going to be tough. So thank you all very much. God bless you. God bless America.
Congresswoman Mary Miller represents the 15th District of Illinois. Mary is a wife, mother of 7, grandmother of 20, and local farmer who serves as a voice for families and farmers ignored by DC insiders. Please welcome Congresswoman Mary Miller.
It's great to be here with you all, fellow moms, celebrating the 20th anniversary of an organization that's done so much to empower moms across our nation. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Congresswoman Mary Miller, and I have the privilege of representing the 15th District of Illinois in the U.S. House of Representatives. My husband and I have been married for 43 years, and we farm. We raise corn. We raise corn, cattle, and kids. We have 7 children, and recently have been blessed to welcome our 20th grandchild. How about that? We actually have several children that aren't married, so we're expecting at least 10 more. So we homeschooled all 7 of our children because we knew how important it was to make sure that they had a solid foundation and to ensure that they weren't being indoctrinated by woke strangers with a far left agenda. And at the time, those children are in their 40s. I told people, obviously this was decades ago, it wasn't what was in public school that drove us to home educate our children, but it was what was missing. And people need to think about both things when they consider how they're going to choose to educate their children. We're a very close family. Besides our sons that help us farm, some of our daughters and their husbands have built homes on our farm. We still go to church together, the same church, and we enjoy old-fashioned Sunday dinners together. So I really enjoy having our children and grandchildren close to us. About 8 years ago at dinner, some of our children told us that they had realtors looking for them, that they were going to join the exodus out of Illinois. I can tell you that that really shocked my husband and myself and shocked us into the reality of how bad things were and how important it was at this time that we couldn't wait any longer. We needed to get involved in the system, the political system, and to ensure that our children, I'm sure you want the same thing, that our children can enjoy the freedom and opportunities that we've all had to pursue the American dream. I never envisioned myself running for Congress, but our family has always been involved in helping other candidates. And when I was at home helping my husband run the farm, homeschooling, I was so fired up about politicians in DC that were voting for these massive omnibus spending bills, funding things like Planned Parenthood and other laws that they say when they ran, they stood against. What I say to people all the time, if you fund it, you're for it. I saw this as an attack on the American society, faith and family. This alone was motivation enough for me to stand up and speak about these issues. I knew that if we were to preserve freedom and opportunity for the next generation, it was time for me to stand up. So I decided to run for Congress. Our children's future and the future of our country was too important for me to stay on the sidelines. After my election, I kept my promises. The Apostle Paul says in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, I make it my aim to please him, knowing that I'm going to give an account for what I've done in my body, whether for good or for evil. And that is like my key verse for being in Congress. I I have refused to support any bill that includes abortion funding or gender identity language. I voted to protect parental rights and to prevent our military service members from being forcefully vaccinated. In 2022, the Pelosi-led House of Representatives passed the so-called Respect for Marriage Act. As is the case for many laws passed in D.C., the bill did the complete opposite of its name. I call it the Disrespecting Marriage Act. Yeah. It fundamentally disrespects traditional marriage and is a direct attack on the religious liberties of millions of Americans. It was then that I knew I had to do something to bring awareness to the attacks on the family. It was time for Congress to protect this most fundamental unit of society, the family, which made America not only great, but fundamentally good. Yeah. In March of 2023, I founded the Congressional Family Caucus, which now has over 30 members. The Family Caucus supports legislation that would secure the rights of parents to make decisions for their children and protects our kids from life-altering gender surgeries being pushed by the radical left. We have served as a pro-life voice in Congress and have fought back against the efforts by the Biden administration to push abortion-inducing drugs on vulnerable young women. In November, we introduced the Screen Act with Senator Mike Lee. Yeah. This is to prevent children from accessing pornography online, to finally rein in an industry that profits on hopelessness, hypersexualizing our children, and despair. Yeah. We are currently working on bills to protect children from gender indoctrination and hypersexualization in public schools. In addition, we are working to require informed consent for any childhood vaccinations and to clearly define that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. We provide regular roundtable discussions for members and staff to learn about issues affecting the American family and what policies we can craft to protect them. That's why I want to hear from you. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have suggestions for the Family Caucus. We need more legislative ideas and need to hear from you about the unintended consequences of legislation that Washington so often misses. The purpose of the Family Caucus is to support the essential work that you do as moms. And I want to say, I love you. I wish I could get to know each one of you individually. I kind of call this drive-by meetings, but I think about the glory of heaven when we're going to have the unending fellowship together and hear how God worked in our lives and used us. But anyway, that's a little side thing. We want to raise up the next generation of Americans with a solid moral foundation and a love for God and for our country. My decision to run for Congress was not an easy one. It has required much sacrifice on the part of my family. While it does take up a significant portion of my time, I make it a priority to fly home every weekend and spend time with my family. And my husband's so dear. He actually is in the House in Illinois because when I got off the sidelines, he did too. And he's the chairman of the Freedom Caucus in Illinois. They're the only ones really fighting back in Illinois, speaking up. He and I have car dates now, driving around Illinois, and he's here with me today. I hope you get a chance to meet him. Our youth is the hope of our future, which is why I spend all my free time investing in our 20 grandchildren. I had our last child when I was almost 45. How about that? She turns 20 this month, and she's getting married. A lot of people would think of this as an inconvenience to pursuing a career or education, whatever, but my husband Chris and I saw her as a blessing from God. Her name's actually Evangeline, and it means bearer of good news. Don't we need good news? If there's anything I could encourage you to do, have one more. No one ever regretted having their one more child, their baby, or as she calls herself, the favorite child. Consider adopting as well. There's so many children desperately in need of loving homes. I'm so proud of one of our daughters. She has her own children, but she and her husband recently adopted a one-day-old infant from a 17-year-old girl who chose life. We're so thankful for her. The baby has Down syndrome. So now we have 2 grandsons with Down syndrome. They're such a blessing to us. They named him Nathaniel, means a blessing from God. But she has a relationship with the birth mom, and they talk once a week, and she sends pictures and all that. But we need to really encourage adoption, and churches need to come alongside and help young families be able to afford to do that if that's what they choose. Running a large family and a farm was full of challenges, but there's been nothing more rewarding. And it's funny, when I first got to DC, other members were dragging, and they were saying how tired they were and how chaotic it was. And I was like, piece of cake compared to raising 7 kids. So I believe women can have it all, but not at the same time. I stayed home to raise our 7 children, and now God has placed me in a different season to serve our nation and Him. In light of that, I just want to say it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. It was hard work. But today, our children are married to God-fearing, conservative spouses. All of our grandchildren are being home educated, or they're in a classical Christian education, and they're seeking ways to advance our Christian conservative agenda in the country. It was definitely worth it. Before I conclude, I want to leave you with this message: refuse to be passive. Choose to speak up, as moms all over the country are doing. Aren't we so glad for Kimberly that she chose to speak up and start this organization? History has been changed by people who were unwilling to quit. George Washington was one of those men. He didn't win that many battles, but ultimately he won because he refused to quit. And then he founded the nation that we have and enjoy today. Founding father Samuel Adams said, "It does not require a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of man and children." God has given us a mandate to overcome evil with good. We cannot retreat and then expect God to say, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You just spent 10,000 hours watching TV, doing nothing." Many people comment on how upbeat I am, despite all the doom and gloom of Congress. So it's a choice I make every day to get up and to have hope for our future. And what I do is I inform myself on what's going on the macro, and then I ask God to show me the opportunities in front of me. And when I look out at this audience, I see so much potential. It kind of reminds me, I hate to bring this up because Kamala loves Venn diagrams, but you know, how we multiply ourselves. You all have a realm of influence that's impactful for generations. So we are not going to retreat. When I was raising my kids, our top priority, my husband and I did it together, was to put the Word of God in them. You don't construct a building without having a stable foundation. And the chaos we see today is because we've taken God out of society. I don't know if any of you remember Adrian Rogers. He's one of my favorites. I still listen to his old ministry. But he said if you took instinct out of a beehive, you would have chaos. And when you take God out of society, you have chaos also. I urge each of you to do what God has called us to do as moms, raise our children and be a voice for good. We must change hearts and minds before we can change laws. And that's why your work is so critical to the future of our nation. I ask you to go visit marymillerforcongress.com to help support my efforts to fight for our families and for our future. May God bless Moms for America, our great country, and each one of you here today. And I want to say, make moms and homemaking great again. Thank you.
Sam Sorbo was the beautiful Serena in the series Hercules, but her real beauty comes from her passion for family and freedom. Sam and her husband Kevin have 3 children, and Sam homeschooled all of them. Sam is an advocate for education freedom and is also on the Moms for America Board of Directors. Let's welcome Sam Sorbo.
Wow. Thank you for that lovely reception. And are we having a good time? You guys are up bright and early on a Saturday morning, and it's such a pleasure to be here with you. Kimberly asked me to speak about my book, They're Your Kids. And I want to point out that, I don't know if you can see this very well, they're your kids. They're not anybody else's kids. And so I know you've heard a lot from people here who are talking about the problems in our schools, and that is something that I talk about a lot, but I wanted to open it up to questions. So I want you to be thinking about if you have any questions for me. I'm going to try to speed through my talk with you, my remarks. Virginia Supreme Court has, there's a guy who's suing in the state of Virginia stating that his religion prohibits him from intentionally lying. And that he sincerely believes that referring to a female by male pronouns is objectively lying. Okay? So what happens when they get you to lie? It breaks you, does it not? I mean, that is the purpose of the Communist Party. They try to break you down by getting you to lie. And we've talked about how the communists have infiltrated our schools, have we not? I don't want to go over stuff that you already know, but I do want to point out there are lies, there are damn lies, and there are government lies. There are a lot of lies in our system today, and you probably are believing some of them. Why? Because you went to school. And the schools lied to you. And so I want to dispel some of the lies that we know, that we accept on face value. Parenting is hard. That's a lie. It is. Teaching is hard. That's a lie. Learning is hard. That's a lie. Learning is the most joyful thing. Have you ever seen a child who just learned how to tie his shoes? Right? And so we really need to stop telling ourselves lies. But it's going to be hard to do because the schools are full of them. And now we see, of course, that the schools are full of abject lies. The biggest lie in the school is that it accomplishes education. Let me ask you something. How can an institution, can a body claim to educate human beings while ignoring, or worse, disdaining the most important book in the history of the world? Right? Now, as a parent, why would you send your precious child into an institution that you know is lying to them? And when you send your child into that institution, you tacitly are telling the child, they know better than I do. Okay, so where does that leave us? It leaves us at the point where, well, we have to homeschool. Don't call it homeschooling, because that's a lie. It is not school at home, so why are we calling it that? Let's call it home education, or we can call it home learning, right? And then how do you accomplish that? And the biggest lie is that that's hard. Home education is not hard. Home education is life. Home education is simply living out your faith with your children and raising them up in the fear and admonition of the Lord. That's all it is. It's not more complicated than that. And I know the schools make it seem like it's more complicated than that, but education is not data entry. It is a software download. And right now in our schools, they are downloading corrupt software into our youth. So how are we going to stop doing that? Do not allow them access to your children. I was speaking with a couple the other day, and they have 3 children, and they are a family of means, and they like to travel. Their oldest child is maybe in 4th grade. And so they take their children out of school regularly to travel. What better education is there than seeing the world, right? Oh no, the school didn't like that. So the school said to them, you know, you've got a problem with truancy. We're going to have to call CPS. And they realized that the school was actually in need of a bus. So they said, if we figured out how to get you a bus, could maybe we make this whole thing go away? And do you know what their answer was? What about 2 buses? So I said to the gentleman, I said, you know, that was a setup, right? Like, come on, it's a setup. And he goes, yeah. And I said, why are you sending your children to people who set you up like that? That's evil, is it not? But then I thought about it. And you know, we lack discernment because we have been trained not to discern. Where? In school, thank you. Okay, so I thought about it a little bit more, and I thought, wait a minute. And so I said to the mother, I said, you know, you have to realize that those people hate you, right? And she was like, well, and I said, no, they threatened to take your children away from you. Do you love your children? What's the worst thing that could happen to you? Somebody take your children away from you, right? They wanted to do the worst that they could possibly do, and that's only because they couldn't kill you. They hate you that much. No, let's not mince words. These people believe that dismembering children inside a mother's womb is called health care, okay? Let's not mince our words. Those people hate that family. They hate the family. Now, let me clarify. I don't talk about teachers in particular. There are some very fine teachers. They are working in a corrupt system. My heart goes out to them. I would like them to get out of the system also. But this particular family, for the administrators to say, we're going to have to call CPS unless you basically buy us a bus, they hate them. And I said to her, now I want you to consider what the people who hate you tell your children about you when you're not around. So this is why we don't allow our children, we don't allow evil people access to our children. And the idea that we've been raised in the schools, right? Basically, we were all raised in the schools, right? That's the destruction of the family. That's why we're losing our families. And so this is really a call to family, to relationship, to community with each other, right? And the only way to promote and preserve that is keeping your children with you. Now, I want you to stop believing the lie that education is purely academic. Again, it's not a data download. It's not data entry. It's a software download. So we have to stop believing the lies. In fact, I don't have them here, but I wrote a book called Words for Warriors because I've been on this journey for quite a while. My oldest is 22, my next one is 19, and my youngest is 18. She'll be graduating this year. And I realized a few years ago that they were trying to convince us that fascism is right wing. Right? We all know that fascism is left wing in here, correct? And yet, I mean, Jordan Peterson has said the right wing fascists. And why? Do we know why they want us to believe that fascism is right wing? Anybody? They cast on us, they cast on us what they're doing, okay? That's very good. But why do they want us to believe that fascism is right-wing? It's because fascism is violent and evil. And they needed something to brand the right with as violent and evil, even though there is absolutely no evidence that there's violence or evil on the right wing. Can we just look at that spectrum for just a minute? The farther right you go, the more libertarian you get, the higher you get on pot, and the more you say, keep out of my life. But you're not stockpiling guns to go affect some big event. And by the way, how is it that the people who have all the guns committed an insurrection but forgot their weapons? Which brings us back to the gal who answered my question. That's called projection, right? The insurrection already happened by the time January 6th came. Am I right? It happened in November, right? All right. Be thinking if you have any questions. I've got a few minutes left. So here's the thing. I support people who are battling in the schools, but I do not support them leaving their children in the schools. And so just a quick story. I met a man who ran for school board. He was very proud of the fact that he's sitting on the school board and he's a conservative. And he's putting in, he got something passed where the transgender students would have their own rooms when they traveled for travel teams. And he was very proud that he got that passed. And I'm like, so you're okay with, and he's a doctor. You're concerned, like, why are you lying? Right? And his kid is in the school. And I said, here's the thing. Like, good for you, you're battling. That's good for you. Why is your child serving on the front lines? Right? So this whole movement, Moms for America, actually, and God bless Kimberly. I think it's our 10th anniversary, mine with Kimberly, having met her. This movement is a call to traditional America. This is a call back to family. Does anybody have a question? Yes. I love that question. The question is, what homeschool curriculum do you recommend? So, I have a curriculum myself. It's called the Playbook for Home Learning. It's 15 videos, and this is the workbook that goes with it. It's for parents. It's for parents. Why? Because education is not data entry, and curricula typically are data entry. Does that make sense? Okay. There are plenty of curricula. There are plenty to choose from. I used a few that I like and I recommend in my book. They're your kids. There's a list. But do not think that if you find the right curriculum, that's it for your child. And all you have to do is make sure that that data gets entered and your child will prosper. That's not how it works. And in fact, if you get hung up on inputting data into your child, you will tarnish your relationship with your child, because that is not what education is. Education is lighting a fire. It's not filling a bucket. Yes, sorry, I thought you had a question. I got a thumbs up. I thought she had a question. Any other questions? We've got a couple minutes.
What is the best way to encourage parents who don't think they can do this?
You know what? I wish I had that magic ball. First of all, I commend you for shouting out your question. I really dislike this. What we teach children first thing that they go to school is sit down and shut up. That's what this is. This is a barrier to entry. And so I commend you for shouting out your question. How do we encourage parents who don't want to homeschool? Threaten them with the loss of their children. Just look around. Look at how I interviewed a gal for my show, and I should mention that I'm just about to go into business with General Flynn on Patriot.tv. My show starts Monday. It is live, 7 p.m. weekdays, and I appreciate your support. Also, I'd like you to jot down, go to sorbostudios.com and sign up for our emails. If you enjoyed Kevin's talk the other night, get in touch with us and let's stay connected. Encouraging parents to homeschool, what I've discovered is that when I have conversations with people, if I'm receptive enough, I say the one thing that convinces them. But for everybody, it's different because I don't know how injured you've been from your own schooling, right? So here's what I want to end with. The schools are indoctrinating our children and we want that to stop, right? Guess where that begins? We begin to unravel the indoctrination of our children when we unravel our own indoctrination, and we've all been indoctrinated if we went to school. Okay? I want to say that someone once said that if people are too happy, if their lives are too easy, they create drama and they fake hardships. So we ought to be grateful that we are in this battle. We need the fight. You are called for such a time as this. You have purpose. Courage has a face, and it looks just like you. Thank you so much.
Rose Tennant is a frequent guest host for Sean Hannity's show and host of the Rose Unplugged podcast. She also serves on the Moms for America's Advisory Council. Please welcome Rose Tennant to moderate our Faith in Politics panel, sponsored by Organization for Competitive Markets.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome to our Faith and Politics panel. It doesn't even sound like they belong together, right? But they really do, and you'll find out why and just how important it is during this panel. So let me introduce my panelists. We've got Julie Pickren, Terry Hasdorf, and the awesome Pastor Troy Jackson. Woohoo! Let me just give you more of an introduction to these wonderful people up here with me. Julie serves on the Texas State Board of Education, proudly representing District 7. She is a graduate of Wharton School of Business Executive Leadership Program. How about that? She's an education advisor to 15 presidents and prime ministers and European Union. Impressive. Thank you for joining us today, Julie. Terry, yeah, very busy. Terry Hasdorf is the author of Running into the Fire, Why More Christians Need to Be Involved in Politics. She's a former congressional candidate, an expert in government and politics. She is the chair of Republican Women's Federal Forum in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Terry, for joining us today.
Thank you, Rose.
And we have Pastor, it seems like you're a favorite of the crowd, Pastor Troy Jackson. He serves on the ministry staff here at the New Beginnings Church. He's a biblical citizenship pastor. He does Right Perspective. It's a campaign strategies. And he is a candidate for vice chair for the Republican Texas Party here. So, whew. You know, I did radio, or do radio for 20 years, and mostly political conservative talk. But it came to a point where I realized that it's not so much about politics, because what we're facing right now, the abortion issue, freedom, our safety here in this country, has become more biblical, really, than political. So let's start with you, if you don't mind. Why do you think that we need to be more conscious of what is going on politically as Christians? Should we be involved?
Absolutely, we should be involved. Just from a Christian perspective, the Bible tells us to be salt and light, right? And so whenever the Bible's instructing us to be salt and light, then it's telling us to be salt and light in the world, right? Because what does salt do? Salt preserves, light shines, light is a guiding, right? The beacon on the hill. So absolutely, as Christians, we should be very involved in politics. I think it's funny how for, lots of years we've been don't talk about two things, right? Don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion. But you know what? That doesn't live in my world. And I know that doesn't live in anybody's world here because, I kind of say I'm a little bit of a boring person. If you want to talk with me, we're going to talk about politics and we're going to talk about the Bible, right? But yeah, that's what we're called to do. We're called to be salt and light. And I tell you what, it is such an honor and a privilege to serve the God of the impossible.
Come on.
And it's so important too, Terry, because as Christians, these are not political issues, really, if you think about it. It requires some policy, but the things that we talk about today are not political. They really are biblical. How do you tie that into, for example, your book, Running into the Fire? What exactly is that book about?
So I ran for Congress in Alabama in 2020. I took over a super PAC after my race ended, and then God really put it on my heart to write this book. I've been in politics since I was a kid, and I realized that there are so many things that people just don't understand about how they really do have an enormous ability to influence what's happening in our government. But we have basically abdicated that role. And when we don't fill that void, guess what? Somebody else does. And a lot of times, it's not the kind of somebody that you want. So I wrote this book basically to equip people who had not been maybe as involved in politics with hope and also real practical information on how to make a real difference. It's a time where we have to lean in, not pull back. Our country has never been closer to the brink of socialism.
I love that. And Pastor Troy, that leads right into what you do and what you believe. And we can't be afraid. We can't just say, oh God, well, we've got a mess in Washington, D.C. We have a mess in our state representatives. Let's just throw our hands up or we'll just sit and pray somewhere. But we really do need to get out there and get involved, don't we?
Indeed, we do. And the way I explain it to people is that your body contains blood and plasma. Your blood and plasma work together to accomplish a mission. So your politics and your religion work together to accomplish a kingdom initiative. And so therefore, you do not need to be separating the two. We're called to change the culture, to infect the culture is what I tell my church. And when I talk about infection, think about COVID. COVID infected people, right? So our religion and our politics has to infect the culture so that we can kill the current disease of wokeness that is traveling across America and all over the world. But it takes real people of faith to say, I will not back down, I will not be silent, but I will stand firm on the biblical foundation of the Word of God, because I recognize at the end of the day, we all say we want him to say, well done, thou good and faithful servant. How can he say well done if we separate ourselves from impacting the culture for kingdom purposes?
Oh, I love that. Interesting, isn't it, that we have come so far away from what our founding fathers desired of us as citizens of this great country, that newly established country. They believed that it was our duty, our God-given duty, to perform, to be a part of the system and to have a voice in it. What would you say, Julie, to the audience and to anybody that's watching? What would you say could be a possible first step? You don't have to run for office, right? We can be involved in other ways.
Well, a little bit. Let me go back a little bit to your first question to answer the second question. So what we saw in this last generation, really kind of in the 70s, right? We saw the Bible come out of schools. The same time, y'all, back to the message of being salt and light. You have to realize that the largest great movement of God was the Jesus movement in the 70s, right? 60s and 70s. But at the same time, we were not salt and light in the world, in our culture. So while we had the greatest movement of God happening in this country, the Jesus movement, we lost prayer in schools, we lost the Bible in schools, and abortion became the law of the land. So when I talk about being salt and light in culture, that's what I'm talking about. I love churches. I love Pastor Troy. I love the pastors of this church. My husband and I support a lot of ministries and a lot of churches, okay? What I'm talking about is being salt and light outside of these four walls, okay? That's where it counts. That's where you get the well done, good and faithful servant. And so, you know, when we saw that happen, when we saw the Bible being removed, when we saw the prayer being removed, and we saw the values, God's values being removed from our children and their education, that left a vacuum open for secular humanism, which, by the way, the United States Supreme Court says that secular humanism is a religion. So our education right now is not absent of religion. It's not the religion of what this country was founded on. There's a religion in our schools, but it's the religion that leads to communism and Marxism and socialism.
Love it. So Terry, now you've got another perspective because you did actually run for office. And why did you decide to do that? Because that's a huge undertaking and it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all. What if someone is out there thinking, maybe I should run for school board or a local office? How would you advise them?
Sure. So, you know, for me, it was an act of obedience. I prayed about it. I fasted. I knew that God was calling me to run. I didn't know if I was called to win. I just knew I was called to run.
Come on.
And when you do that, no matter what happens, you're being obedient. So you win. And guess what? What I learned from running for Congress is what I poured into this book. So it was not wasted, not one drop of it. But if you're thinking about running for office, I would tell you first and foremost, get trained. You know, you don't go climb Mount Everest and decide to just do it tomorrow morning. This is, you know, something that's not for the faint of heart, but it is very doable, and a lot more people should be running because guess what? Politics is a numbers game. And if we have more good people on the ballot, it raises the likelihood that more good people are going to get into office. That's what's needed more than anything else. So get trained. Second of all, be supported. Make sure that you've built your team around you and you learn who the players are and get that support base before you even jump into the arena. And, you know, making sure that you're praying and getting a download from God to make sure every step of the way you're spirit-led. Those would be my top pieces of advice. It is not something that is as scary as most people think. Once you get into it, you realize, I can do this.
That was very good. And Julie, you touched on something, and so I'm going to throw this out to Pastor Choi, but I'd like all of you to weigh in on this. And it made me think about how so many things that have been so significant in the history of this country came out of a spiritual awakening. When we had our Great Awakening, that led pastors to literally stand at the pulpit with a uniform on, preaching that this is a cause of heaven against hell. And that is truly how they saw it. And then you jump ahead, and that led to what? Our freedom, and to this wonderful, wonderful country that we live in with the Declaration of Independence, with our Constitution that is unlike any other document. Then you move forward to the Second Great Awakening, which had a significant impact on this country. One of those issues was, and they don't talk about this, Pastor Choi, and it bothers me, one of the issues, the platforms of the Second Great Awakening was slavery. The pastors were calling it a sin, and it had a significant impact. So my first question to you as a pastor is, do we kind of need a new awakening, something going on here in the hearts and the souls of people? Because that's where it starts. That's what Tocqueville said when he visited. Do we kind of need something like that, too, to see real change in our political system or real change in the way this country is being run? I'll start with you, but I'm going to ask all of you.
Yes, we do need another Great Awakening. And the Great Awakening starts in the church. We currently have a Black Robe Regiment, which is what you're talking about, that's in operation in the U.S. I'm a member, proud member. And what Black Robe Regiment does is it prepares pastors how to be able to encourage each other and to stand firm on the word of God and not back down, not shy away from the issues that are happening in society. And what we've done strategically and what I'm doing strategically here in the church is I'm formulating people and training people in our church to be able to vet candidates so that we can determine who the biblical candidates are and who deserves our vote. And we're showing up at the school board meetings. We're showing up at the Capitol. We're making a difference. And so when we show up in numbers, what I've seen has been happening is the awakening, it's coming gradually. But it's time for all of the pastors to come together. Because if you've got, most cities have 300-400 churches minimum, even in a small city. So if each one of those churches only had 50 people, and there's a major issue happening on the school board, and they all show up at the school board meeting, do you think the school board is going to vote to have pornographic books in the school? No. Do you think the school board meeting I was just at here locally, where they wanted to hire a transgender counselor, the person was a transgender, but they wanted to hire a counselor to help kids understand and identify as transgender? Had I not taken 80 people with me from New Beginnings into the school board meeting, and I stood up before the school board meeting and I testified, and we had on our shirts, "Make America Godly Again." So they saw a sea of New Beginnings behind me. I'm at the podium and I'm testifying. And when they went back to vote, they voted against it because we were greater in numbers. There's strength in numbers. So when we as the body of Christ show our strength in numbers, we can push hell back and we can put the devil on the run. One can chase 1,000 a flight. Two can chase 10,000. If all of us in the room would come together, think about how many devils we could chase out of our city, out of our counties, out of our states, out of these United States of America. We can do this together.
Preach it. I love it. Pastor Joy, thank you.
And the worship begins in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, let's just start right now. Let's just go. Go ahead, Julie. Would you like to weigh in on that subject? Or,
Well, I'm just going to say hallelujah.
or amen and amen.
Absolutely. You know, there's a town about 100,000 people about 300 miles south of here that they did exactly what Pastor's saying, and they united, and they moved their Wednesday night Bible study to Monday night because that's the night that city council met. And so they had a Bible study at the church, and then the whole church went to the city council meeting.
Come on.
And so great things happened. They turned the whole city around within a year. And then, you know, the ones that wouldn't get on board with, you know, doing it the biblical way and leading in God's way, they flipped them out of office and put in people in office that would. So completely changed a whole town of about 100,000 people. So it's doable. But the beautiful thing is unity. We have unity among the believers. Unity is where the power of God is. So whenever we come together in unity, that's beautiful. But the main thing that I would say that everyone can do first and foremost is pray.
Come on now.
Pray. Prayer is key to success. You know, we're called to be the Lord's army, right? And so if you're not praying, if you're not communicating, how do you know what the next steps are in your life? Because the Lord just tells us, just trust me for the next step. You don't have to see how many mama bears I got in here that we got this, right? So sometimes if God gives me the big picture, I'm like, okay, thank you, Lord, I got it, right? But that's not how the Lord works. And then I have to come back, you know, repent because I probably fell on my face. But anyways, but the thing is just give us the next step, right? That's what prayer is. The main thing is pray. The second thing is show up. And the third thing is speak up. That's the 3 steps.
Very good. And Terry?
So, you know, when you look at the numbers, 64% of Americans identify as Christians. And yet we know that there are roughly 90 million Christians who are eligible to vote. Less than half show up at the polls. And 15 million Christians are not even registered to vote at all.
Yes.
So I targeted Christians with this book. Now, this could be much broader and apply to anybody, but the Christians have shirked back. The reason why I called this book Running into the Fire is because I was talking to a friend of mine who had also run for Congress about the same time I did. And I asked him, why do you believe Christians shy away from being involved in politics? And he said, because they're afraid of it, because they think of it as being dirty and corrupt. And I said, yep, that's what I hear over and over. He said, but you know what they really should be doing is thinking of it more like people who are in law enforcement or people who are firefighters, because they're trained to overcome their fears. And instead of running away from the burning building, they run right into it.
I like that.
We are called to walk in faith, not fear. And when you look at it, there's a little over 3,000 counties in the United States. Now, I may not be able to change the whole world. I might not be able to change Washington, D.C. or the whole country, but I can make a difference in my county.
Amen.
And when you break it down on that level, it's very doable.
Amen.
We just need to stop walking in fear.
Pastor Troy, I love that. Thank you. And Pastor Troy, when she was talking about running into fire, I was thinking about Daniel. We're doing a women's Bible study on Daniel, the book of Daniel. And we know that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were put into the fire. But beyond that, when Daniel was in his 80s, he was still praying to his God. He did it before an open window. He was unafraid. And it was the only thing these political people around him, he was one of the governors of the time, the other governors and the other leaders knew the only way they could get him was to do something, because he did nothing else wrong, but he prayed every day to God in front of an open window. They made a decree that anyone for a month who prayed to anybody else other than Nebuchadnezzar should be put into the lion's den. Fascinatingly enough, an 87-year-old man around there, some in his 80s, right? As soon as he was in the meeting where they pushed the decree, he knew that they said, yeah, okay, let's go with this. He could have gone home. He could have gone into his closet, prayed quietly there for 30 days. He could have said, God, I don't want to go in the lion's den, so I'm not going to pray for 30 days. Is that cool? He didn't do that. As soon as the decree was made, he went right back to his house, right in front of that window, and prayed. Okay? Is that not the attitude that we need to adopt?
That's the only attitude.
Amen. Yes.
Because my belief is that for God I live and for God I'll die. Blessed be the name of the Lord. I don't care what you bring toward me. My God is always greater than any attack that you can bring to my porch. And so I'm going to always stand firm in my faith because I'm accountable to him above all else.
Amen.
And so no matter what you say about me, I don't care. It doesn't matter. As long as what I'm doing is pleasing in the sight of the Almighty God. And so he's the only one. I'm not a people pleaser. I'm a God pleaser. So stop trying to please man and please the King of Glory. Because when you please the King of Glory, he will come into every situation in your life and he will flip the plate upside down. He will make it uncomfortable. But the thing about it, as long as we don't become weary in well-doing, we will reap in due season if we do not faint.
Amen. I love it. I love it. This comment, I would love for all of you to comment on this because we have a few minutes left and I want to hear what each one of you has to say. A lot of times we hang all of our hopes on a person, a candidate, and there is no man or woman that is going to save this nation. There really isn't. It doesn't matter who you vote for, okay? No one is. But in 2 Chronicles, we are told, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray and get this and turn from their wicked ways. He said, my people. That means us. Okay, then we need to take a close look at our wicked ways. I will hear their prayer and answer it and heal their nation. Let's start with you, Julie. What do we need to do as believers if we want to see this nation healed, because it needs healed? It needs healed.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm gonna go back to Micah 6:8, a Bible verse that I live by and I love. It says, "Love justice, show mercy to those who repent, and walk humbly before God." See, right now, I think especially in our culture and in our churches, we're getting humility a little twisted, right? The Bible tells us to humble ourselves to who? God, right? Humble ourselves to God. Matthew 6:33 says, seek my face, seek my righteousness, and then all these things will be added to you. So we have to humble ourselves to God, to God's ways, and then all things are perfected around us. But back to, what I started with, I love that we serve the God of impossible. Anybody who's done life in here with me, which there's a lot of people in here who have, thank y'all for your service, is that I love when people tell me something can't be done. If I had $1 or $5, $10, or whatever, for every time somebody told me, Julie, that can't be done. Julie, that can't be done in Texas. That can't be done in Georgia. That can't be done in Florida. That can't be done in America. That can't be done in Germany. That can't be done in Israel. If I had $1 for every time, and then you know what I say? My God is a God who loves to show off.
Come on.
So I can tell you from real life experience, I can tell you the worse the odds, the more faith I get. Because I know the more impossible it looks, the worse the odds are, then I know for sure that God is ready to show up and show off.
Love it. Thank you.
So believe him for the impossible. I'm going to tell you the Lord is trustworthy.
Amen.
Amen.
Terry.
So, I would just say we're called to seek the welfare of the city that we're in. We're called to rule and reign. We have a call on our lives to be involved in the mountain of government. And if we don't serve that call, even if you're not called to run for office yourself, you don't get a pass. You have to support those who are. And that's where we've fallen down on the job. If we would just take the time to really get behind the good candidates. Sometimes the ones that have the billboards all over town are the very last ones that you want to vote for. And the ones that don't have the money, because they're not taking all the money from the special interests, are the very person that you want in that job.
Come on, yes.
But we have to amplify them. We have to get behind them. If the body of Christ would come together and just support itself better, we would have what we want.
Amen. Wow, you guys are good. Pastor Troy, let's end this panel with you.
I'm going to behave, I promise.
No, don't. No.
In the Bible, in the book of Genesis, God gave us dominion in the earth. What has happened is we as believers have given our dominion over to everything else. It is time in this season that if, like she said, if my people, that's what the if is, I believe. If we would take back our dominion, God's grace, which is sufficient for us, would show up and we would see him move in such a mighty way that we would acknowledge that it's not by our power, it's not by anything in us. We will see strength in places that we couldn't imagine that we could find strength. We would find hope in places that we couldn't imagine that we could find hope. And we will be able to help the right candidates get elected. We will be able to help the right people do the right thing, and we will be able to help the wrong people do the right thing that are in office. Why? Because we serve a God that can do exceedingly abundantly above all that we could ask or think. So in this season, I want you to start expecting God to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we can ask or think. Amen?
Amen. Oh, wow, I love it. All right, I want to say thank you to Julie Pickren, Terry Hasdorf, and Pastor Troy Jackson. I just love it. I hope that you were blessed by this panel. I know I was. And let's go out. Let's go out, enjoy, and be led forth in peace. God bless you all.
God bless you. You're too gracious.
Dr. Simone Gold is one of America's frontline warriors and a fierce advocate for medical freedom. Please welcome the founder of America's Frontline Doctors, Dr. Simone Gold.
Hi, everybody. It is great to be here. I'm here really in tribute to Kimberly Fletcher, an amazing woman, right? An amazing woman. So I ran into Kimberly last week. I do a lot of public speaking, and as you know, I have a lot of different subjects that I get into, civil liberties and healthcare and et cetera, J6, all that. And I said, what should I talk about? And she said, well, what are the things a mom should know? Well, first of all, I am a mom, if you don't know that. I do have 2 kids. I don't talk about them publicly, but it certainly informs everything that I do. So I thought, well, what should moms know? Well, there's J6, there's the evisceration of our constitutional rights, there's COVID-19, there's vaccines, you know, our body, our choice. There's our dysfunctional healthcare system, there's gender-affirming care, and there's medical Marxism attempting to take over the world through the World Health Organization. Right? That's just a little bit of the things that you need to know. Right? But you need to know all of this in 12 minutes. right? Because that's a mom's life. So today's mom has to be incredibly informed, basically an investigative journalist, or she has to know one. And luckily for all of us, Kimberly knows a lot of people like that. Buckle up, I am going to give you the Cliff Notes version on a bunch of stuff. Okay, let me just start with J6 because I know that it's the most important civil liberties issue of our time. As most of you know, I personally endured a violent SWAT team arrest and later maximum security federal prison for 60 days. Because the new normal for conservative Americans is going to prison for a single misdemeanor. Let's not lose sight of how ludicrous that is. Nobody goes to prison for misdemeanors. So it is with some authority, speaking as both a lawyer and a former prisoner, that I bring you the biggest J6 news since J6th. And that is that there is now a case on the Supreme Court docket which likely will set free hundreds of J6 political prisoners. Already, Jack Smith has been forced to pause his illegal DC witch hunt of Trump. In a nutshell, nearly all of the DC judges issued absurd rulings that violated the plain meaning of ordinary words, and Supreme Court appears ready to spank them. Hundreds of defendants are in prison or, like myself, took a plea due to being charged with a federal law with the unrelated title of witness tampering and evidence shredding. A law that has nothing to do with civil protesters. And these slam prosecutions highlight just how vulnerable we all are all the time to the whims of the federal prosecutors. I just mentioned to a friend, a book was written 10 years ago called 3 Felonies a Day. And it's by a Harvard law professor, and he outlines with perfect clarity how most white-collar professionals, most people in this room, are literally committing 3 felonies a day because federal regulations have expanded so enormously that they have no connection or virtually no connection to common law like assault, robbery, etc. So nobody even knows how many federal regulations are on the books. Let me just take a minute just to explain why I'm so passionate on this. This statute that's going to be heard in front of the Supreme Court, USA versus Fisher, they're going to hear it in April, it'll be resulted in June, puts on trial the 18 U.S.C. 1512c2 statute. This statute was created because of the Enron billion-dollar collapse about 25 years ago. And Arthur Andersen had contributed to the mess, had a lot of evidence, and they literally put it through a shredder. Because the law as written didn't perfectly capture Arthur Andersen's illegal acts, they added to 1512 a subsection called C2. And this is witness tampering and evidence shredding. And everybody at the time it was passed said, this is to stop corporate bad actors. Congress said it, and Bush, when he signed it into law, said it. So they take this statute, which for 20 years has only been used against corporate bad actors for evidence shredding or obstructing justice with evidence in your hand. They've never applied it to a civil protester, ever. Not before J6, not after J6. My point is that we're literally committing what the prosecution could call 3 felonies a day. They charged all these hundreds of people with this kind of felony, a felony that isn't related to them. So watch for the Fisher case to be resulted in June. Make news when the oral arguments happen in April. But if this goes the way we all think it's going to go, a lot of J6, there's hundreds of them, will be released, starting around, or the charge is thrown out, and I do think that could be the domino that causes this thing to crumble. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. The second thing, which this room is pretty more informed than average on, are constitutional rights. Here's my perspective on what you need to know. Each one of us must fight for each one of them whenever we're presented with that situation. The First Amendment is my main issue, but recently I had to file a habeas petition for Sixth Amendment violation. The Bureau of Prison literally wasn't letting a defendant see his attorney. It's such black and white letter law. If you've seen any American movies on criminal justice, everybody knows you get an attorney. They were blocking his access to an attorney. So every single time you see a constitutional violation, there are no minor violations. Every single time, in whatever lane of life you're in, mom, housewife, teacher, nurse, it doesn't matter. You see it, you have to protest it. We must enforce the Constitution in every abridgment. Do not overlook these little injuries to the Constitution. There's no minor encroachments. Washington warned us about this very early. It's called usurpation, when agencies take power that doesn't belong to them. That's what's happening. You must fight it. I fought the California Medical Board, who essentially tried me again for J6. I had a J6 trial, or a plea. I had a J6 process with the DC court. California Medical Board had no authority to go after me again for J6, but they did. So they thought I was going to roll over. I didn't. I fought them for 2 years, and I won. And everyone said to me, why am I bothering? The truth is I live in Florida, and most of the time I don't practice medicine. And if I do, I can practice in Florida. But it's the principle of it. California Medical Board cannot try doctors for freedom of speech or J6 issues. It's not their authority. So I urge you to do the same in your life. Now, what do you want to hear about COVID-19? My answer to that is you don't want to hear one more word about it. It's done, it's buried. But all you need to know is that our founding fathers anticipated 2020. They wrote the Bill of Rights after living through dozens of epidemics. The Mayflower Society lists 41 epidemics in colonial New England from 1700 to 1764. They had influenza, smallpox, scarlet fever, measles, typhoid fever, measles again, smallpox, dysentery, etc. The founding fathers were also well aware of the French Revolution, a Robespierre reign of terror of 1793. How do you think all that guillotining happened? It was at the hands of what the government called Committee on Public Safety. The Committee on Public Safety said it's much better to guillotine these people over here to save these people over here. That was the pretext. This is not new. Our Constitution protects us, but not if we don't protect it. President Reagan said more than 60 years ago, quote, one of the traditional methods of imposing statism or socialism on a people has been by way of medicine. President Reagan said this. It's very easy to disguise a medical program as a humanitarian project. This is not new. Next, gender-affirming care. What do you need to know about it? Here's it. Stop using the tranquilized leftist language like gender-affirming care. Start calling it what it is, medical mutilation. A shout out to Kimberly for the special she did with Epoch Times. Really important. The frontline doctors are going to be bringing you a video series. We've just shot it. It will take a few months to be complete on exactly this. It is not, and I'm going to be blunt here, so if you've got delicate ears, please cover them. For example, it is not vaginoplasty, which is reconstructing a vagina, typically after trauma or cancer. I see that word in the paper and I want to shriek. By definition, it cannot be a vaginoplasty if there was never an original organ like that to begin with. Look up the definition of plasty in Google, the suffix, right? They changed the language just like they've done with everything. Plasty is a surgical procedure to repair, restore, or replace with a prosthesis a part of the body. It is not a vaginoplasty. This is what I would call it as a doctor. Dispassionate, apolitical. It is an iatrogenic chronic wound. That means a doctor-induced, that's iatrogenic, doctor-induced, long-term pus oozing or inflammatory hole. That's what it is. Not so appealing, is it? The left always changes language. We have to stop complying. This is really bad stuff. We can at least not use pretend language that allows everybody to pretend it's not bad stuff. You know what gender-affirming care means? The doctors are there to affirm your expensive procedures, expensive tests, and medications. Let me give you something you can use in like kitchen table, living room, coffee table, or preschool pickup conversation with people who don't agree with us. If a young lady wants to get a tubal ligation, let's just say she's early 20s. She's the oldest of 10 kids. She basically raised the kids kind of as like the second mom. She is sure she never wants to have kids. Let's throw in there that she's pro-life and she absolutely would never get an abortion. So she is certain she wants her tubes tied. You know what? She's going to be too young to have insurance pay for it because insurance knows she might change her mind. So if you're under 21, you can't get a tubal ligation. How do you like that? Everyone knows you might change your mind on things like that. And insurance strongly discourages it. You have to fight to get it if you're under 30 and you have no kids. Okay? That's a conversation starter for people. You think you can be 18 and chop everything off and take everything out, but you just can't do a simple tubal ligation, which, by the way, sometimes can be reversed. Okay? Use that. What would you like to know about vaccines? One of the most common questions I get these days, should I take, fill in the blank vaccine? It could be shingles, it could be chickenpox, it could be, anything, influenza, measles, etc. I'm really tired of this question. This question, from my perspective, misses the whole point. The answer to, should I take the pertussis or shingles or chickenpox or measles or tetanus, is you should get a physician you can trust to give you unbiased information. That's the answer. It shouldn't be like, oh my God, I see that doctor over there that I know I can trust, like that one person like I can trust. There are actually quite a lot of us, and you need one. Maybe not today or tomorrow, next year, next month. If only someone would build a system where you could find such a doctor. If only. I would definitely support that. That's what you say. You say, I would definitely support that, right? Well, you have your chance. I've built this for you. Goldcare.com. Goldcare.com. And I'll tell you more. My apologies. Page out of order. Well, it's out of order, but I know the material. So I'll get to Goldcare again in a moment. But what do you need to know about what I call medical Marxism and the WHO? Here's what you need to know. Medical Marxism is China attempting to rule the world, not through war, not through currency manipulation, or stealing our intellectual property, or owning our universities or our government, all activities with which they're engaged, but also by owning the WHO. You all know how bad the WHO is and how they're trying to gain power over the United States. But here might be new information for you. Who controls the WHO? The WHO's Director General, Dr. Tedros, was selected by China. If you go to DuckDuckGo and do some research, you will discover this for yourself. He was propped up by China. When he was the health officer of Ethiopia, he engaged in widespread political suppression by withholding food and medicine to Ethiopians of different ethnicities. Right now, the Amharans, I guess one of the rival ethnicities, are now, quote, missing 2 million people, right? Not enough food, not enough medicine. That's the guy they picked. When he was elected, he immediately attempted to put the Marxist Zimbabwean president, Robert Mugabe, who engaged in massive anti-white human rights abuses, as the goodwill ambassador to the WHO. That was stopped. This all makes sense, though, once you know that Tedros was the third highest member of Ethiopia's Tigray People's Liberation Front, a hard left organization that became part of the Ethiopians' People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, a known terrorist organization. This is who Tedros is. Do you read this in the New York Times? You could literally find this right now in 2 minutes on your phone, but the media doesn't put this in front of you. Of course China would be Tedros' puppeteer. Now, why and how do you think China did this? They think in terms of decades or centuries, and we think in terms of milliseconds. We're thinking about our next tweet. Do you remember SARS? The Chinese do. In 2002, the WHO correctly blamed China for the SARS pandemic. And from that point onward, China, who had become very humiliated from that event, decided to become the WHO. Prior to selecting Tedros, the Chinese Communist Party put forth Tedros' predecessor, Dr. Margaret Chan. The CCP, Chinese Communist Party, has been running the WHO for almost 2 decades now, literally running it, in charge. The real goal of these WHO leaders is not health, but rather using more American-friendly terminology, such as global health security and public safety, to achieve their goals. We must not let them deceive us under the pretense of the public's perception, under the public's benefit. The WHO heavily determines public perception. So the conversation to have with people who don't know any of this is, where did the head of the WHO come from? Who put him up? Get them started on that. Now, my area that I spend a lot of time on is our dysfunctional healthcare system. This is the biggest oy vey of them all, and probably the one very close to moms' hearts. You need a doctor. Just the Cliff Notes version, the legacy healthcare system is unfixable. I have 1,000 examples of this. If you have a doctor who is getting paid through insurance premiums, you are not getting unbiased advice. Stop kidding yourself. You're just not. exit the system. Doctors are now cogs in the government machinery and are taught to write prescriptions and order tests. Financial incentives exist throughout the system to label things problems and do procedures. Sometimes this is correct, but I'm now convinced most of the time it's incorrect and sometimes deadly. I am not saying you can never get a good result within the system. I'm saying it's not the goal of the system to get you a good result. You may not. It's not the actual goal. There are now huge corporate interests that dictate what your doctor tells you. Almost all doctors these days are mouthing words that Big Pharma or the medical industrial complex is telling them to say. But someday, today, tomorrow, next year, you're going to need a doctor, you're going to need a straight answer, and almost everybody would benefit from a wellness approach, not a sickness approach. That is just what I've been working on for 2 years. I need and I want Moms for America to join this healthcare revolution, and it's for 2 reasons. It's for you, your family, your friends, your kids, your parents. But it's also because every dollar you're putting into the healthcare system is the dollar that's funding tyranny. I know this for certain because in 2021, I was suing the people who were forcing mandates on us. And who did I find at the bottom of it? It really wasn't, Big Pharma was really all about the money. But Kaiser was pursuing its own financial interest. And every time you wrote a check to Pfizer or Blue Cross, you were funding your own tyranny. For that reason is why I built Gold Care. We have doctors, we have naturopaths, we have functional doctors. We don't judge on the vaccine, we give you straight information, goldcare.com. I set up a program for Moms for America to get the lowest price possible. It's very reasonable, so go to goldcare.com/moms. goldcare.com/moms. We're in all 50 states. Like-minded, just like us. There's a deep spiritual basis to everything that we do. So I just want to say that it's an honor, again, and a pleasure to be here with other patriots, other people of faith. God bless Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher, and the USA.
Please welcome Margaret Ucolano, founder of A City Without Orphans.
So, a question for you. What comes to mind when you think about an orphan? Perhaps you think of shirtless children or starving children. Some people tell me bloated bellies with sweet faces tugging at their heartstrings. And if this is the image that forms in your mind, and possibly not the people in this room, but this is the image that forms in a lot of people's mind, and I hope to broaden that perspective today. No longer must we travel far to reach the children in need. There are orphans right in our own backyard. And these children, most of the time, are inadvertently hidden from our view because they're under government's protection. These kids attend school with your kids. These kids share pews at our churches, and they live in your neighborhoods, and many of them often go unnoticed. This year, reported by the Casey Foundation, 3.5 million children in the United States will undergo investigations due to abuse, abandonment, or neglect, and that's this year. I realize that many of the people, and probably not in this audience, but most of the audience I get to speak to, many of them don't think about the child welfare system on a daily basis, because our country has just a constant barrage of issues hitting us, and our foster care crisis seems to get pushed down to the bottom. The fact is, though, on any given day, I'm just going to give you guys a couple of facts because I want to educate people in the short amount of time that I have today. 400,000 children in the United States are currently being raised by our government, with over 100,000 children waiting for adoption in the United States. Half of these children are young people of color, 50%. And many of these kids you don't recognize, might not know, but they wind up going directly into institutions or large state-run group homes. More than 20,000 of these children this year will age out of the foster care system without ever becoming adopted. These children are likely to experience homelessness, unemployment, and worse, incarceration as adults. In fact, 20% of the children that age out of foster care this year will become instantly homeless and have no place to live. The sad truth is that most of these kids don't have a bright future ahead of them. I just kind of painted the sad statistics. 75% of the girls and 33% of the boys will move to the adult welfare system, from the child welfare system directly to the adult welfare system. 7 out of 10 girls will become pregnant by the time before the age of 21. 30% of these children will suffer from direct effects of PTSD. That's twice the rate of our veterans, which makes sense because they're children. There is less than a 3% chance that any of these children that age out of the foster care system will ever earn a college degree throughout their lifetime, and only 1% of these children will reach any high level of success throughout their lives. And today I stand before you, I represent that 1%. If you can imagine that by the age of 16, I lived in over 15 different foster homes, group homes, and even stints through juvenile hall when there was no foster homes to place me. I'd like to tell you all that all of these homes that I encountered loving families, I did not. The foster parents that I encountered were very ill-equipped to deal with me, and then the system was even much more overwhelming to them. I could share thousands of stories like my own. Some are much worse, and even some have died at the hands of the abusers. It's a tough road to live in so many foster homes. These kids, including myself, we never bond with the families we stay with because we know as soon as we get there, we're going to be moved. It's just a matter of time. I was in over 12 different high schools before I was able to graduate high school. And as a teenager, I tell people I was a forever stranger. I moved from home to home and school to school. These children come into the system through no fault of their own, and I'd like to believe that this system could provide a better home than the ones that we remove them from. But sadly, that is just not the case. Years after aging out of the system, I was able to reach high levels of success in the corporate world. Some people called it the American dream, which, by the way, I believe in. And I decided if I could accomplish breaking free from the system, that maybe I could help some of the other kids that are going through the same challenges. And then it's just a really big reminder, God always uses our story for good. We all have one. We just have to allow him to use us. And I've served up to this day over 250 kids as a guardian ad litem. I've worked for one of the largest child welfare providers in the country. I published a book about growing up in foster care, finding God, finding my way out of a terrible system. And I founded City Without Orphans back in 2013. I understand the inner workings of this system from a child who lived it and now from an adult who's worked in it. And what I have to tell you today is I've learned that the path to reform this system is an incredibly difficult journey. This system is a $90 billion taxpayer drain under Bidenomics, with a lot of people making a lot of money. Most of you don't read the 400-page HSA, Child Welfare Services bill that's coming through Congress right now, but I've read it. But I don't want to be discouraging. I want to offer a solution. And in July, a movie's going to be launching that you're going to all get to be part of and you'll get invited to, that's going to show a path to eradicate foster care in America. A few months back, I wrote a letter to the churches in America because I believe churches are uniquely called to eradicate the need for foster homes and address this crisis. And although numerous churches, and a lot of you are part of these churches, we know that globally they're doing commendable work on orphan care throughout the world. They all have their own unique approach, but our approach is collaboration with one mission working together towards eradicating foster care in America. This year, we've begun the work calling on churches across America. And you can help us with this because you're all part of one. And we're calling on churches across America. We want them to partner with us and work on one mission. And once again, I say, eradicate foster care in America. We need to eradicate it. Today, I'm elated, and I got a few minutes, and I'm trying to talk fast because everybody's gone over on you today. Moms for America has stepped up to join this fight. They are the first conservative organization to join me in a City Without Orphans. This partnership with Moms for America is going to catapult us to success. Who better to carry about the issue of children but Moms for America? We invite everybody in this room today who feels called by God to join us. We know that it's not going to be an easy battle, but we believe that to protect our most valuable asset, that's the children, and they're the future of America. We need people in this fight with us. And I want to leave with one final thought. And I've heard from countless children as a guardian ad litem, and I said, what do you want people to know? And they say, I want people to know that we have dreams, and we don't want to be the statistics that you talk about in front of us. Thank you. Not many people think about foster children, and on a daily basis, we, with Moms in America, are now on a mission to change that. And we hope that you will help us spread the word. You will be receiving updates via emails. Make sure you're registered with Moms for America because we really need you to help us eradicate this. And once again, I just want to say thank you to Kimberly Fletcher and for Moms for America for being the first conservative organization to step up with us to try to take on this national challenge. So thank you for your time, and God bless you.
There is not one country that does not have human trafficking. It happens on the street and it happens on the internet. We are seeing in the world today, in the last 16 years, that human trafficking is increasing. That should be very alarming to people because we think that we have solved it.
Christine Dolan is an investigative journalist and author that is recognized as one of the most seasoned investigators of human trafficking in the world. We are glad to have her here today to moderate a panel regarding sex trafficking in our community. Welcome, Christine Dolan.
So this is going to be a serious conversation, but I first want to say to anybody in this room who's ever been abused as a child, abused as an adult, or had anybody in their family abused, my profound apologies. I did not know anything about this until 24 years ago when I was commissioned to investigate the exploitation of children emanating from the Balkan crisis that I covered in the early 1990s. But now that I know about it, I've been talking about it, speaking about it, fighting for everybody, and I just want you to know there are many, many people that are going to join me today that are in the fight. We're not giving up, and we're going to change this. I'm the only journalist in the world who has ever infiltrated a minor attracted persons conference. I did it in spring of 2019. And when I say to you, this is not speculation, this is not QAnon, I was in the room. I pretended to be a therapist. They allowed therapists to be in the room at that point in time because they wanted therapists to advocate to change the law from the US law where therapists have to report pedophiles to the cops to the German model where you do not have to report to law enforcement. So when COVID broke and the trans evolution movement, whatever you want to call this eruption, exploded, I realized then and there that they had already advocated for the hospitals, the doctors, the people who do surgeries to change what is happening to the landscape of our society. So I can attest to you, they're coming not just after your kids, they're trying to normalize and decriminalize pedophilia. And the people that were standing in that conference called themselves minor attracted persons. And one of the guys had spent 10 years in jail, admitted it so. I couldn't keep my mouth shut. He came over to our table during the break, and I asked him about his friend. And he said he met his friend that he ended up going to jail for 10 years for because he was the son of a woman going through a really bad divorce. And I said, tell me about your friend. How old was your friend? 8 years of age. So this is a reality check today. And the people that are joining me on this panel, I'd like to introduce you to Jaco Boyens, who everybody knows in this room probably. And Pastor Richard Vega, who's from Houston, who's into saving and rehabilitating survivors. And I want to open with how our eyes opened, because for a lot of people, we have come to the conclusion that the word human trafficking really dilutes what we're talking about today. And let me give you a statistic. When I was first commissioned by the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2000, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children had, on average, about 37,000 child pornography tips. And I hate to use the word child pornography because they're images of rape scenes. Today, there are over 23 million a year here in the United States alone. So when we know billions are being spent, people awareness is there, the numbers are going up, the ages are dropping. 2003, and I was brought in by the inside by the Hague Porn Unit law enforcement and by Scotland Yard, ICE Cybercrime, etc. Over 20 years ago. In 2003, Scotland Yard informed me that they, in fact, had an image of someone abusing an infant attached to an umbilical cord. So this is a reality check. You might have to have a glass of wine this early in the morning by the time we've finished with this. But this is a reality check to wake you up, because when you start talking about pedophilia being decriminalized in the United States, when we know the volume is up, it's a reality check that you need to get off the benches and get in the fight. And
I want to turn to you, Jaco, first, because your epiphany came even earlier than mine because of your family. And it had to do with the music industry with your sister. So just share that, because it happens in a family.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you. Honor to both of you, and thank you for your work. And just for you sitting in the chair, having a heart to say, listen, this matter is important to us. In 1994, Ilanka was 12. She won what would be called today like an American Idol with Columbia Records. And she was trafficked through Columbia Records. It took us 6 years to rescue Ilanka, and I was blessed to be there for the rescue. But she was sold within the music industry to record label executives from around the world that would fly from London, England, from Paris, France, into the US, in South Africa, and then later the US, to traffic a child. And she was introduced then into a ring of other 12 and 14-year-old girls in the industry. And when you fast track and superimpose, that's 1994, today we're sitting here and we're investigating Sean Combs, Puff Daddy, and we're investigating Clive Davis, and we're investigating Sony Music, Columbia Records, Warner Brothers. And when you look at the career of Kesha, when Kesha came out and said, hey, I was trafficked by my record label, and a nation said, she's making it up, it would never happen. I'll close this comment with this. The average age of a man that buys sex from a child in the United States, right? He's a father of 2, married, and he earns north of $100,000 a year. That's the average buyer. It's not who you think. It's in your community. It's in your church. It's in your company. It's cultural. It has infiltrated our culture, and so it is as relevant today as ever before. We're growing 1,400% a year. So with all the awareness, to your point, and all the amazing work you've done, awareness by itself is not enough. We've got to go deep in the issue to learn how the predatory forces, how they work, how they operate.
Pastor, what was your epiphany moment in this work?
So what I do is we have a ranch. We have a human trafficking ranch, and what a lot of these we get girls that come to our facility, and we give them a level of care from the ages 8 to 17. So we actually become their mommy and daddy. I was super excited. We had just got our ranch ready. I had been out there, giving tours and building a network of people that would be passionate about this line of work, and just really getting people engaged. And I'll never forget, I was given a tour at the ranch, and I was so excited, and our executive director looks at me and she says, hey, she said, we just got our first girl. And I was so excited because all that work that we've been doing for over a year and a half is we're finally going to be able to start to be able to bring healing to somebody. We're going to be able to start to restore. We're going to be able to start to get in and really mold and help craft that individual's mind back to where it needs to be with Jesus. And when she said she's 9 years old, I lost it. I had a group in front of me, and I literally crumbled and cried and could not stop crying. I could not move forward with my tour. Our second girl was 9 years old. This is a reality of the epiphany that I had after all that work I was already putting in. 9 guys.
I also want to let you know that because a lot of times, and this happened here in the United States, when, quote, human trafficking took on and to get it into the vernacular, a lot of times people talked about just the girls being the victims. And I want to give you an example because I am the journalist who met with the prosecutors in Boston who were investigating the Catholic Church in January of 2002. And I told the prosecutors at the time who were trying to negotiate with the Cardinal Law and his Catholic diocesan lawyers for documents. And at that point in time, the Catholic Church was saying to the prosecutors, you cannot have the documents because they are protected in confidentiality by canon law, as if canon law superseded common law. And I met with them at the behest of my late father, who said to me, Christine, you need to meet with the prosecutors because you know more than the prosecutors. So I did, and I told them, I said, and they looked at me like I had 5 heads, and I said, I recognize you're looking at me like I have 5 heads, but here's the truth of the matter. You have the juice. You have a search warrant. You need to go in there and you need to seize what they call under canon law as the historical secret archives. They will be probably prohibited because of the statute of limitations, but it will give you the roadmap to how they did the crimes. They moved the priest around nationally, internationally, throughout the rehabs, back out of the rehabs, across the parishes, outside of the countries, from Australia, from South Africa to Paraclete for rehab here in the United States. They did it. It sat the grand jury. The church wanted to keep those documents under seal, and but for the fact of Judge Constance Sweeney, who said these need to be out there in the public domain because of the public interest, nobody would really know the extent to which this horror was built into an institution. So when you talk about the entertainment industry from a personal knowledge, understand that this is institutionally embedded. It's culturally embedded in churches, just like it was 200, 300 years ago during the days of Wilberforce, when it was bedded into countries and governments. And we have to understand, especially after COVID, and I've investigated organ trafficking and now medical trafficking. Here's what people need to know in this audience and anybody who's tuning into this. You were all targets of what we call medical trafficking through the COVID experience. This is an institutional. If you take a human being and you lie, you defraud, you coerce, or you force for labor or sex, organs, etc., and medical, for commercial profit, you are a target of what we call, defined legally as human trafficking. Think about that. This is what we have gone through, is medical trafficking. And you have the right to say no when you are commodified. But let's talk about the internet and kids. Jaco, your experience, because we have seen this, where they wanted to prosecute people 20 years ago, and now we have a flip of the switch because they want to let them go. Share your experience. We can't talk about all the investigations specifically that we're involved in, but we can tell you the trends of how now it's becoming that there's no prosecutions.
Yeah, and I want you to understand what Christine is saying here is it's all connected. You cannot segregate what's happening in the medical community. Julie Pickering did an unbelievable job talking about what's happening in school, legislation, policy, comprehensive sex ed. All of this ties to trafficking. Here's why. Human trafficking is the only crime that begets all other crime. You could sell drugs and not sell human beings. You could sell weapons and arms and not sell human beings. You could, do breaking and entry and not sell human beings. But where there's human trafficking, every other crime is in every case. There's money laundering, there's fraud, there's organ harvesting. It begets all crime. So it's connected to your life already, whether you know it or not. It is connected. So big tech plays a massive role in this. Are you aware that Amazon is the largest employer of child slave labor in the world today? Jeff Bezos. It is well known on the Hill. It's well known on Capitol Hill. They hide behind statutes. They hide often behind the First Amendment when it comes to pornography, freedom of speech. Your freedom of speech does not allow you to harm another human being or a child or rape a child. When your freedom of speech, your right to produce pornography that can live for free on YouTube, for free, where an 8-year-old on average is introduced to gang rape, not Pamela Anderson and Playboy with her top off. We're talking about gang rape. That boy can't get that moment back ever. His life is altered forever. The value of a woman, the purpose of a woman, love, acceptance, belonging, it's destroyed. And you have policymakers in your party, both parties, who defend these acts. They kill these bills in committee. They plead them down. The attorney generals and the district attorneys cover for big tech. They cover for corporations. So I want you to hear what Christine is saying. It is institutional. It's institutional in big tech. It's institutional in local government, House and Senate, in federal government. It's institutional in the unions. They know. Do you know we have a sex offense fund in Washington, D.C.? There's $152 million available to the Senate and the House to make problems go away.
To hide them, to cover up.
How are we America and you've got a fund with a lobby? Do you know that the porn lobby on K Street has over 120, there's a porn lobby that lobbies for porn to be legal, that lobbies to change language from pedophilia to minor attracted persons. This is a wake-up moment. You cannot shift culture if you don't change language. It's impossible. You must change language. So when they tell you it's not a pedophile, it's a minor attracted person, in one sentence, you blew up all anti-trafficking law in this country. Done. Because some corrupt judge, some corrupt, defense attorney will take that with the ACLU and whoever else, LGBTQAI plus, and Christine will tell you, the plus is pedophilia.
And let me tell you how I know that, okay? So President Obama was the first president of the United States that ever put the word transgender into a State of the Union in 2015. In 2016, he decided to put a czar in State Department that was LGBT. By the time he announced that czarship and the time he filled it at State Department, it was LBGTI for intersex. I had to ask somebody that day, what does that mean? You're neither a man or a woman, something like that, all right? Biden comes in. Biden has now thrown the entire federal government as of June 2022 by executive order behind LGBTIQ+. Now, had I not been able to infiltrate that minor attracted persons conference, I maybe wouldn't realize where the trend was going. But everybody has talked about the, banning books and what's in the books. If you go to the books that are in the schools, if you go to the books in the libraries, what we call the cartoon porn, take a look at those and then somebody think about this. Going back to the days of Playboy magazine coming through the mail and they had the brown wrapper on it, they had pedophile cartoons in Playboy at that time. So all of a sudden our culture has gone from putting it in wrappers to not putting it in wrappers to now putting it in books. And I don't know about anybody else in this room or in humanity, but I think everybody knows, and especially moms know this. Kids are monkey see, monkey do. If mommy says the S word or the B word at home, Johnny or Sally are going to say that thinking nothing of it in first grade. But most importantly, what I want to know is, where's the churches, Pastor? Because I know as a Catholic, I was blown away. I was blown away by the first global human trafficking investigation I did in 2000. When I took on the Catholic Church, which was my heritage, and I'm not a victim of rape, and nobody in my family is, because we had a family that was together, and you've talked about fatherhood, and you've talked about fatherhood and the strength of having families together, as everybody is knows in this room. But where are the pastors? Because are they afraid of losing their tax exemption? It seems to me, if you're in the work of God, that you would be in the body of protecting children and taking on the devil, because the opposite of the devil, the evil spelt backwards, is live. And I always tell people, read Ephesians 6 and buckle up when you do this work, and maintain your sense of humor, because the one thing I think we can all attest to, the bad guys really are cowards. If you punch back, they're going to punch you. If you punch back, you'll flatten them, because they hate being exposed. But where are the pastors?
Yeah, so what I'll tell you is a lot of the reason that we've been so successful is because there's churches that have been able to give. And what I'll tell you is, I don't know where those cowardly pastors are at. They're part of the Revelation 21 verse 8, whenever he says the cowards, right? So if the men and women of God aren't preaching truth from the pulpit, I would leave that church. If they're not willing to address what is going on in our society, in our culture today, the sin and the pure evilness, leave that church. I'm just telling you, remove yourself from that covering. Start lining up with men and women of God that are going to take the charge and call out evil where it's at, and start uniting. What I'll say to this is, we know there's evil in the churches and everywhere. Anywhere that there's men involved, there's evil there. And it's true. And it's sad what has happened in the Catholic churches and all across denominations, everywhere that has dealt with this. But I do want to say this is, if you don't think it's happening in your community, you're very wrong. It's happening in our education system, like we've all addressed. And here, I'm going to leave you with a story real quick. There was an executive that I met in the oil and gas industry. His daughter was targeted, went to a very good school district. They implanted somebody inside the high school to become her friend. It was over a year plan. They got her to spend the night. They ended up getting her drugged, and they ended up selling her. This is very real. This isn't in a middle class. This is an upper middle class community. They ended up finding her in about 10 days in South Africa, loaded in a container, getting ready to be shipped off. And here's the reality of it is, he had the money to go after mercenaries to be able to hire them to go after his daughter because our law enforcement is under-equipped. But the reality of it is happening in our communities. That's the truth. So get plugged in with pastors or churches that are speaking truth, that are rising up, that are going to stand for righteousness and call out evil where it is and stand evil in the face and remove it.
Okay, because of a lot of things. But what I want to just say is that we are in another part of my life. It's called America's Future. It's the oldest nonprofit in the country. We started in 1946. I'm blessed to be able to be part of it. We're going around to every state in this country, basically training not only activists, but law enforcement, district attorneys, assistant attorney generals, or AGs. We have gone to 4 states. We came here actually just north of here in Fort Worth. This idea, I mean, people don't want to talk about the abuse of children, okay? So let me give you like another movie, right, called Into the Light. Or you can go watch Out of Shadows. 100 million people have watched Out of Shadows. The sequel to it was Into the Light. This is the worst problem, and I could get into the details about this madness that we have in our country abusing children. And that the child trafficking problem in our country right now is now like 10 times worse than the drug trafficking problem, because you can reuse a child and you cannot reuse a drug. This is how disgusting, and these are people, this isn't some, lower class guy in the back boroughs here of some neighborhood. These are people at the highest levels of our government, okay? And all across our communities. And it's just, Christ, drives me nuts. So anyway, we just want to make sure we get that point across. I want to say thanks to the people that are involved in doing this. Christine's been involved in this for 30, 40 years. No. Well, she didn't want to say it. Still 29.
I'm still 29.
Okay, so that's it. We're done. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you. God bless you. Get involved and take care of your families. Get them off the internet. Get them off of social media, because Zuckerberg doesn't care about your kids.
Since 1979, Leadership Institute has identified, trained, and placed conservative leaders for America, in public policy, politics, the media, government, and beyond. Leadership Institute equips conservatives of all walks of life to run for office and defeat leftists at the ballot box, from state capitals to school boards, all the way to Washington. Many conservative leaders in Congress got their start at a Leadership Institute training.
I was in a Leadership Institute class that came to Naples, Florida. So I've been where you are.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. Help Leadership Institute raise leaders for America to stop the radical left. Join us today.
Dr. Mark Campbell is an expert political and research strategist spanning over 4 decades. He began his career as a presidential fellow during the Reagan administration in the Department of Defense. Dr. Campbell has worked for such notables as Ted Cruz for president, Rudy Giuliani, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush. Currently, he is a senior fellow at Leadership Institute. He and his wife, Kelly, live right here in Dallas and are the proud parents of 6 adult children. Please welcome Dr. Mark Campbell.
Good morning, Dallas. How is everybody? It's wonderful to be here. I am here to tell you that America's greatest days are in front of us because of you. All right? We travel around the country training activists and people and a lot of moms who do the majority of the work as it relates to changing America. Let me just tell you a very personal story, just sort of tell you what we're up against. I have a son at West Point, and he's very successful, varsity athlete, great kid, but we don't talk a lot because he's busy. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I get a text from him, and it says, CRT, question mark? Yes, they were actually teaching that at West Point. So you're taking the best and the brightest, whether it be ROTC or enlisted, the service academies, and this agenda is being pushed. So people ask me very often, what kind of conservative are you? And I say, I'm a common sense conservative. I'm a conservative that wants to win elections, because if you don't win, you can't govern. I was Glenn Youngkin's campaign manager, and let me tell you a little bit about Glenn. He was calm, he was thoughtful, he was articulate, and he wasn't afraid to tell the truth. And what we were able to do in Virginia, because of Glenn's leadership and the really great campaign, was that we were able to reach people that we hadn't been able to reach for a long time. Most of you are familiar with a little place in Virginia called Loudoun County. Loudoun County is where the superintendent moved a young man who had raped a young girl in a bathroom to another school and never told anybody about it. And can you imagine? So we're still being attacked by the teachers union and everybody else because it's about what? Follow the money, right? So here's something that we're going to start teaching at our school board programs. And oh, by the way, happy to say Moms for America is a partner. We work very closely. God bless all of you. We're thrilled to be here, okay? So everybody here is a servant leader. Everybody here is more interested in making other people better and not looking for publicity or press or anything else. You have to have a servant's heart, right? So we are going to do what needs to be done. We're going to win school board elections. We have a dream of taking retiring military officers, putting them through a training course so they can become superintendents, right? Because it makes no sense to control the school board if the superintendent is fighting you every step of the way. So here's an interesting thing. We are encouraging all of our school board candidates to run on what issue? Literacy. Johnny and Joni can't read when they're in 3rd grade. If they can't read, they can't do math, they can't do anything else. So what exactly is the left going to say when we run a campaign based on literacy? Oh, well, no, that's not important, or we can't do it. So at some point, what's the only good thing about COVID is that it brought all of this to a head. Why is it that private, Christian, parochial, other schools were able to stay open and be perfectly fine, but somehow the teachers union closed down public schools? They closed down public schools. They want to dumb down magnet schools so Asian kids and their parents don't have schools of academic excellence. And guess what? It's all nonsense. But let me just tell you something that I learned. And it might be a little bit contrary to what my mother would tell you about me, but be nice. Don't be angry. During the Youngkin campaign, if somebody tried to be mean to us online, we were very dismissive but pleasant online. And here's just a hint for you. Nobody who is socially active and commenting on social media all the time is an undecided anything. Do not waste your time arguing with people online. Can we all agree on one thing? And if I say it, I want you to say, heck yeah. No, I want you to say, heck no. Can you ever fix stupid? Okay, so how much of our lives is based on trying to fix stupid? I mean, it's getting to be a full-time job for me, right? I mean, I've been doing campaigns for 40 years, and I finally came across a research piece written in the 1960s, and it basically said, don't underestimate how utterly uninformed people are, and how the folks on the left, it's about indoctrination, it's about control. Remember, the left, government is their religion. That's their house of worship. That's what they pray to, because as you all know, the left thinks we're all too stupid to do anything or take care of ourselves. I remember growing up as a kid, my father and grandfather worked 2 jobs, and he had a house at the shore. Now, oh my God, you tell people to work 2 jobs and they go, what? What, are you crazy? We're kind of busy working on a 3-day work week. Okay, so little campaign secret for you. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Always. And here's a modification. Treat people the way they want to be treated. And you have to meet them halfway. In the Youngkin campaign, we did substantially better with Hispanics, Blacks, Asians, and moderates because we went and talked to them. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of the mainstream media. You know, most people don't believe a word they read anymore, and they will be more influenced by you personally. You have more control over how your friends think and act than you could possibly imagine. So I'm here to tell you that all of you are very strange. You are here Saturday morning. I took 10 minutes of your life that you will never get back. You are all closer to death. But I want to say you are the future. Thank you so very, very much for everything that you do. Keep doing it. And I want you to know the cavalry is coming. All of the center-right groups are starting to get together, stop competing with each other, help each other. And in November or May or whenever your school board election or congressional or state rep race is, if we keep working together, have a sense of humor, be nice, don't argue with idiots, don't try and fix stupid, but win. Win, baby, win. Thank you very much. God bless.
Lee Vlasblom is a school board trainer researcher for the Leadership Institute who worked for the U.S. Department of Education, served on the Central Bucks School District's Home and School Association, and has years of experience in the classroom. Welcome, Lee Vlasblom.
see a lot of my mama bears from Thursday. So I am going to be moderating our next panel, which is our school board engagement panel, and I have some amazing guests with me today. So I would like to introduce Dr. Kelly Coles, Lindsey Graham, otherwise known as our Patriot Barbie, and Alex Newman out to the stage. Thank you. I feel honored to be with them today. Come on in and sit down. So we're gonna try to keep on task and on schedule. So I'm not gonna spend a lot of time with introductions because I know you wanna hear all the interesting things they have to share, but Dr. Kelly Coles is Moms for America's Senior Director, School Board Leadership Project, and founder of the National School Board Leadership Council. So welcome. And we have Lindsey Graham, otherwise known as Patriot Barbie, I love that, is a conservative activist, faith-fueled Christian, and a freedom-fighting mama bear that has fought indoctrination in her school and her community. And then Alex Newman is an award-winning international journalist, educator, and author, and consultant who co-wrote the book, Crimes of Educators: How Utopians Are Using Government Schools to Destroy America's Children and Indoctrinating Our Children to Death. Government Schools, War on Faith, Family, and Freedom, and How to Stop It. And I know that he's had several endorsements for this book, and a lot of them are here with us this weekend. And I'm gonna let him share that list. It's so big that I was afraid I'd forget someone. So welcome, everyone. And really today is about just encouragement and solutions and coming up with things that all of our warriors who are here can leave and have, and how they can impact their school boards and their districts and ultimately the children. So I am going to turn it over to you. And Alex, if you want to start with those endorsements, then we'll just let you guys share your wisdom and we'll move on.
Well, thank you very much, Lee. And so what an honor to be here, first of all. And secondly, a lot of the people who did endorse the book are here, including Kim Fletcher, including General Flynn. I saw Kirk Cameron's booth in the back. It's just been a tremendous honor to have this kind of support for a book that, frankly, is probably a little bit controversial. You'll find out if you read it, but really a great honor to be with you guys, and thank you so much, Lee.
Awesome, thank you. So tell us a little bit about your fight, your story, what encouragement and things that you can leave each of us with. Lindsey, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start.
Awesome.
There's too much to say, so I'll keep it right into the school board situation. A lot of you saw a video that circulated in 2022 of me dressed as a cat speaking at a school board. It went viral. And I want people to know that the backstory of that was my first ever school board meeting that I've ever spoken at. And my children didn't even go to that school. What happened was God gave me the courage and a voice to speak out. And I went to that school board to speak out against a transgender, I don't even know how you say him. They're messing me up. It's a man that wants to be a woman who was telling children to call him Miss Bixler. He was using the little girls' facilities. He was trying to separate parents from having authority over their children and transition them privately in the school. So this man was pure evil. And I happened to have a cat costume lying around because it had been Halloween. And I said, I can't believe that we live in a world where I have to explain that putting on a cat outfit and ears and a tail doesn't actually make me a cat. So you're mentally ill, and I'm mentally ill if I think I'm a cat now. And you guys, I'm not the most educated woman in the world. I didn't go to college. God created me for this without me knowing. And when you are speaking truth, there is nothing to rehearse for. There is nothing to prepare for. I didn't go to that school board meeting with facts or knowledge on the statistics of what this does to children. I went there as an outraged mom. And you know what the left loved to say? What are you even doing here? Your kids don't go to this school. Right. And my response, wait a minute, so I'm only allowed to care about my own kids? I'm not allowed to care about everyone else's kids? Right. That's why your side is so screwed up. You only care about yourselves. And I just want people to know that you don't have to have any authority in the school or kids in the school or the knowledge of the education. Just be pissed off enough to speak truth, and it will have an impact.
Which, listen, for those of us that have sat there in the school board meetings, having community members that are engaged and really saying the things that you can't is very impactful, and we need it. And I know it's hard, and I know a lot of you probably have stories of being canceled or gone after if you have spoken up at meetings. And, you know, we need to encourage and to support people. And I know, Alex, you've had a different experience, and your engagement with school board looks a little different, which is the beauty of there's so many jobs that we each need to do, and we all don't need to do the same one. So do you want to share with us some of the things that you've done for engagement?
Yeah, the pleasure. Thank you. And what I always tell parents first and foremost is if you have children in the government indoctrination centers masquerading as schools, you need to treat the building like it's on fire. If your children are in there, you hear the screaming, you feel the heat from the flames, you've got to run in there, you've got to grab your child, and you've got to get him or her, and yes, there's only two genders, you've got to get them out of there. Now, once your children are safe, as she was just pointing out, we don't just say, well, who cares what happens to the other children? We must be concerned about this. These are human beings. They're made in the image of God. They're being abused systematically. They're being turned into revolutionaries to overthrow not just their families and our communities, but even our whole country, our Constitution. And so we need to treat this burning building situation like the emergency that it is. And one very, very effective way to wake the town is to show up at a school board meeting and expose what is going on there, or even to sit on the school board. Then you get lots of press, you get lots of headlines, you get lots of attention. It's a wonderful opportunity to expose the wickedness that has taken over this system. I use the burning building analogy. It's really not adequate because a burning building will hurt your children physically. It might even kill them. And to be clear, the government schools are actually killing children in huge, huge numbers. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death among children today. This would have been absolutely unthinkable even just a few generations ago. The kids are coming to school with guns and shooting each other. They're chopping off their private parts with the help from the school. So yes, they're being hurt physically in horrific, horrific ways, but they're also being destroyed spiritually and emotionally and academically. Less than 1/3 of them are even proficient in any of the subjects that parents expect their children to be learning: reading, writing, math, etc. So this is an emergency. We need to treat it like an emergency. I believe it's the most important issue facing our country, our families, and our church. And if we don't deal with it, this is the issue that everything else will rise and fall on. If we don't deal with the crisis of 3/4 of our children being indoctrinated to hate their families, hate the church, hate God, and hate their country, we're going to lose all of it. So we've got to deal with it.
And really taking away the voice of the parent. I mean, thank you. We see that. They want to remove the parent from the equation. And while I know that the narrative in 21 was parental rights, and it was very effective. I know we at Leadership Institute, when we teach our communication and messaging, we really talk about knowing the same and the right words to use, and now we found greater success with parent involvement. Same concept, it's just delivered in a little bit of a different way, but we have to be the firewall, and we have to get the support to the school board. And so these are important things, and I agree. I mean, as a parent, it's your job to save your child and do what's best, and no one knows better than a parent. But then secure your own child and then go back in for the other parents and the other children who don't have that option. And so, Dr. Cole, you've done so many things and encouraged so many people. Share a little bit about what you've done and accomplished.
Thank you. So I was just one of those moms who was sick and tired of some stuff that was happening at the school. Mostly, they were coming after more of our liberty, which is our taxes, that wanting to increase our taxes. And they were harming the children more every time they went on the ballot just to coax us into giving up our cash, right? And I said, look, I got to raise my family with this money. I can't keep affording to funnel it to you. And I don't think you're missing cash. I think you're missing accountability. So let me get on the school board. I was elected to the school board. While I was there, I was appointed to another school board, which was the Community Career Center. I saw during that 4 years, guys, what is actually happening in the schools. I saw how your school board members are rendered useless by organizations that train them to be nothing but feckless bobbleheads. You hire them and you think that that's to keep your children safe and to bring out some impressive academic outcomes. What they're trained to do is something very different. They're trained to just shake their head yes on everything. If they dare to step out of that rigid walled box that they're put in by their administration, by their school board trainers, by their legal counsel, by the treasurer, and by the unions. They're put in this rigid walled box. If they dare to step out, they are absolutely tortured in many ways. And trust me, if you Google my name, you'll see some of that torture. And if you YouTube my name, you'll see some too. So the news media comes like crazy. The people stand at the podium. And I thought, this is the strangest place I've ever been, where truth is a lie and lie is a truth, where everybody in the system was lying to my face as an elected representative. They never seemed to be able to tell me the truth. So I would go find out the rest of the story. So what I did, guys, is I'm hoping, and we talk about parents a lot, all of you guys who are citizens in your school district deserve the right to be heard. You have skin in the game. It may or may not be your children, but it is your cash. It is your liberty. You have the right to stand there at that podium. You have the right to look at that curriculum. You have the right to say this is child abusive. What I do is I train school board members how to say that kind of stuff. I train them what their rights and the responsibilities really are. Don't listen to these other mouthpieces who are just noisy. Don't listen to them because they don't answer, you don't answer to them. You will answer to one. It's not those people. So stay that course, and I train them how to stand up for the rights and the responsibilities for themselves, their community, and those students. And it takes some training because it doesn't come naturally for most of us.
Very, very good point. And one of the things that you mentioned, which is spot on, is really just know what you are allowed to do legally and know what a school board director or member in your state really is, they've been elected to do. So many times they will try to make you understand that, the school board lawyer, he doesn't really work for the school board. Yes, he does. The superintendent absolutely works for the school board. So these are things that knowledge is power. And if you know they can and should be doing something, then they better do it. And you can support them in doing it, which the support piece is huge. And so that's kind of what I think I'd like to hear each of you share a little bit about is some solutions or strategies that you found that work, because we're gonna all leave here and we're gonna need to fight the fight. What are some tools that we can put in our tool belt? What are some things that we can do? And there is power in numbers. Leadership Institute, it's the number of people that you have, the effectiveness. What can we do to increase the effectiveness of what we're doing? So if you just want to share some of your strategies or things that you think can really be solutions that they can take back, I think it would be helpful.
Well, first of all, I love the diversity of this panel. I know that diversity is a trigger word, but I love the diversity here.
Especially diversity of thought.
Exactly, yes.
That's a trigger.
It's just so clear that I can't do what Alex does, and God has not called me to, and I cannot do what she's doing. God has not called me, and probably vice versa. You want to dress as a cat and go to the school?
No,
you probably would.
That would look awkward.
Yeah, Alex Stein will.
And the school board directors can't do what they need to do without each of you.
Exactly, and so everyone plays a role. And I've talked about this at length, that we all can understand what God has called us to do and then dive into doing that and not get distracted. I've had people say, well, you should run for school board. And I'm like, I would be bogged down every day fighting these people, and I wouldn't be able to do what I'm able to do. And I hate to go back to the cat thing again, but when I went and did that, it made very little impact. It impacted the people in the room. It impacted the other school board members that were like, someone is finally standing up. Thank you. And it impacted me personally to understand that some parents are completely oblivious as to what's going on in their school. You don't know that a man is hovering over your 5-year-old daughter and saying, call me Miss Bixler. I mean, and this man is harming your children. He's teaching them lies and untruths, and he's indoctrinating them. And I will say this. When that video went viral, it had a massive impact. So my little antic was fabulous because there is a school board member that is conservative on that board, and he kind of gave me a little nod during the speech. But he came up to me later and said, this is blowing up. It went on Fox News and everything. I went on Fox News in my cat costume. And he said, the parents are emailing, they are calling. This was months ago that I did this, but now they're all going, wait a minute, that's my kid's school. This dude is interacting with my child on a daily, he's using my little girl's restrooms at events. And he said, thank you for doing that because they're aware, and now we can take action against this Paul Bixler and get him off the board, but more parents know, so more people are activated. So my message could be, maybe you can't do what we're doing, but you can share videos like that, and you can make people aware, and you can talk about it. And when you do, and you bring awareness that maybe you don't want to go to the school board dressed as a cat, but I did, you're welcome. You can share that video, and a parent would see that and go, oh my gosh, my kid is in a burning building. I got to get him out.
So be bold. I love it. And also bring awareness. I love that. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually wrote an article about her in her cat costume, and it's huge. I mean, things like that can really have a profound impact on the culture. On this issue that we're talking about, where I think we really need to go, I think we need a long-term perspective here. And in my view, trying to reform cancer is not a good idea. You just want to get rid of the cancer. And when you understand the history of where this system came from, you understand that we are dealing with a cancer that is going to destroy everything we hold dear. And I don't mean anything against teachers. It'd be like saying you're against farmers because you oppose collective farming in the Soviet Union. It's ridiculous. Of course we support farmers, and of course we support food production. We need education, but we need real education. When you look at the architects, the engineers, the builders of this system that we today call the government school system, every one of the key people was a communist who rejected the Bible, who wanted to indoctrinate children to fundamentally transform this country. We can prove it. We've got the primary source documents. So we don't want to tinker around the edges. We need a long-term vision, and I think that vision needs to be, we need to shut down the old system and build new systems. Churches are empty 5 days a week. Put a school in there, right? Homeschool co-ops, micro schools. I mean, parents can get together and do this. So that's the long-term vision. Eventually, I'd like to see the system defunded. We're making a lot of progress on this. Millions of families have fled the system over the last few years. Millions more are going to flee in the years ahead, and we need a lot more of that. But in the meantime, there are kids still trapped in this burning building. So everything we can do to reduce the funding, to reduce the number of children in there, to continue weakening these institutions is going to be a net benefit, not just to the individual children, but to the community, to the taxpayer, to our freedom, and of course to the churches in that community. We're losing about 80% of Christian children who spend 12 years in a government brainwash camp. The churches are going to die in America if we don't deal with this crisis, so I can't emphasize any stronger. We must deal with this crisis. Like Lindsay said, not everybody can do everything. God has called each of us to our own little role in this battle, but this is the one battle that I think everybody needs to spend at least some time on.
And that's perfectly said. I mean, coalitions and collaborating with those to, if you do choose homeschooling, there really are some amazing, organizations out there, but really just, I know school choice, and we don't really have time to go into that, but like free enterprise. I mean, if you're doing something really well, then you're competitive, and you don't have to worry about, undoing something. It just forces the others to do better. So spot on, and supporting each other in that. Dr. Coles?
Yes, I would encourage people to think about running for school board, okay? or think about supporting somebody that does, and then show up to the meeting when they're there, because often I knew the forces were against me. I knew I was in the minority, but if I could see one or two friendly faces in the audience out of an audience of red shirts, you know, red for Ed, that were always opposed to anything I would say, right? They boo and hiss like children. It was ridiculous. But if I saw a couple friendly faces, I was very happy about that. And I knew that I was supportive and I was conveying the message from my community. Even if I didn't see them in the audience, it was important to see a couple people there. And please speak up. You can do it through emails. You can do it on Facebook. My job is to train you once you're there. So lots of organizations will help you be a candidate. My job is to take you from there and shore you up and tell you these are your rights and these are your responsibilities. When you swear an oath, you have a right to speak. Don't let anybody tell you you don't. And when you do have that right to speak, go ahead and say at a school board meeting, when are we going to have a serious conversation about our failing academics? When are we going to have a serious conversation about the child abusive curriculum that's in this school? When are we going to have a serious conversation about safety? How do we keep our children safe if we're doing things that harm them in the classroom every day? Sometimes the biggest bully is the one in the front of the classroom. When are we going to have a conversation about that? You know, and I would say it with a smile. Right? Today I'm a bit more serious, but I would say it and say, when are we going to have that conversation? Because today, 75% of Ohio students who take the ACT don't meet the minimum competencies to get into college. 75%. Don't you think that's happening in every state? Yes. So I help school board members find that data so that they can present it. It's not just an opinion, it's a real thing that's happening in our schools, that either we embrace the marketplace and become the school district that everybody wants to go to because our academic record is stellar. And if we focus on academics, we're going to have to kick a lot of that nonsense, abusive stuff out. Now, are you willing to do that to save our school? If you're willing to do that to save our school, then we will embrace the marketplace and get those students to come back here. But guys, I'm not sure that's going to happen because I don't believe in my 4 years there that they care about academics at all.
Right. And we've got to bring that awareness to them. I know I got to work with Dr. Campbell all the time. I feel like I won the lottery. He's a wealth of information and such a different perspective. And one of the things we talked about on Thursday with some of the chapter leaders was literacy. We've got to bring the discussion back to literacy because we own that. They have not taught our children. And he shared on Thursday that they use literacy rates in 3rd grade to determine how many spaces they're going to need in the prisons in your community. There is a correlation to a lack of literacy to seats in a jail. And, you know, Dr. Campbell did not make that up. We've got a serious issue, and we need to bring the conversation and the message back to where they're failing. And these other items are dog whistles.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely. We've got about 6
seconds. I want you to know, though, that in most of the laws in the states that say you have to have a 3rd grade reading guarantee, even if 75% of your students don't meet the basic benchmark, which is really low benchmark, even if they don't meet that, the principal gets to decide to progress them to the 4th grade anyway. So again, the system is not wired right now to keep academics as the focus. It's something else, guys.
Well, thank you. And thank you to all of you that are out there doing the hard work. And I look forward to getting in there and training you more. And we've got lots of work to do, and we're going to get you the resources you need to do it. Thank you.
Our greatest gift is our children. Our biggest blessing is our freedom. Our toughest battle right now is preserving America. Patriotism is under attack. The liberal culture has decided that America is no longer great, that celebrating our country is offensive, and being a patriot is no longer admirable or worthy. Well, we are changing that. We as mothers are flipping the script and restoring patriotism in our homes, our schools, and in our country. We know that the future generations must carry the torch of freedom and defend the principles of liberty. That is why we are providing amazing resources to restore and renew a patriot heart. We are making it easy to turn your home red, white, and blue with Patriot Packs for your kids, American Heritage books, Liberty trips for your family, and various mentorship programs for moms, kids, and families. Our children must know why we stand for the anthem, why we kneel and pray, why we pledge allegiance to our country, and what makes America exceptional. Moms, please join us as we change the culture and restore patriotism, one home at a time.
Dr. Abby Johnson is Planned Parenthood Director turned pro-life advocate. She is the CEO of And Then There Were None and Pro-Love Ministries. Please welcome Abby Johnson.
All right. Well, I am a Texan, so howdy. All right. I live in Austin, so our little Portland of Texas. So, yeah, I live there with my husband Doug and our 8 children. So yeah, I know. I tell people I became pro-life and I couldn't stop breeding. It's good. Anybody else have 8 kids or more here? Yeah, yay. I mean, that's what we've got to do. We've got to create more little conservative warriors, right? So eventually we're going to win this fight because the left keeps killing their children. And we keep birthing ours. And so eventually we're going to outnumber them, right? So anyway, a lot of you know my story. I worked at Planned Parenthood for 8 years, and I'm now a pro-life advocate. And I was trying to think of what I wanted to talk to you guys about. And I guess the main thing I want to talk to you guys about, because a lot of you are moms, although I see some men in here. Yay, thanks for coming. But I wanted to talk to you guys about kind of the indoctrination of our children from Planned Parenthood. And I was unfortunately a part of that for 8 years. I was a willing part of that and eagerly partook in that. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Planned Parenthood's business model and how that involves our children. And it involves our children at a very early age. So, I got involved in Planned Parenthood as a kid. I was 21 years old, in college. Planned Parenthood's primary abortion demographic is between the ages of 18 and 24. And that's why they're trying to get on every single college campus in America, because they want to be there where our college kids are. That's why so many young Christian children will go onto a college campus and come back to their parents an atheist. They'll come back to their parents. They'll go to college being a young, strong conservative, and they'll come back a blue-haired liberal atheist. And that's happening to kids all across our country. And that's exactly what these liberal organizations are trying to do to our kids, and they're winning. And that's why I have a 17-year-old daughter, and that's why our list of colleges that we're going to allow her to go to is so small. We have to take charge as parents of where we allow our children to go to college, if we allow them to go at all. So our goal at Planned Parenthood, though, was not just to go into a college and meet them at college and turn them around, and make them pro-choice warriors. Our plan was to actually develop a relationship with them beginning in kindergarten in the school system. And I know there's, probably here you're hearing a lot of things about public school, and people say, okay, well then I'm not going to put my kids in public school, and that's the answer. Let me be clear to you. Planned Parenthood is everywhere. My daughter is not on social media. She does not have a phone where she can peruse the internet. She does not have a television in her room. We have a very strict policy in our house. Televisions are not in my children's room. Nobody has a TV in their bedroom. None of my children will ever have access to social media while they're in our home. They do not have phones where they can get online. If they ever need the computer in our house, it has to be accessed from the living room. We are very strict parents in that way. Not because we want to be strict necessarily, but because we know that predators are out there. Not because we don't trust our children, but because we don't trust the world around them. And so we're very clear on that. And my daughter, who's 17, is very thankful that we have put those parameters in place for her, because she sees what's happening to her friends out there. She sees what's happening. And so she's very thankful that we've put those boundaries in place to protect her. But she has Spotify. She has Spotify where she listens to music. And she says, Mom, every other ad on Spotify is a Planned Parenthood ad. Her friend was playing a game on her phone, and she goes, Miss Abby, every other ad on the game that pops up is a Planned Parenthood ad on a game. So let me be clear. You can homeschool your kids, and you can protect your kids, and you can do everything you want, but Planned Parenthood is coming after your children in every single way they can. And they're doing it starting in childhood. They're doing it in children's games. They're doing it in educational games that you deem safe for your children. They're going to start advertising to your children. Our sex education program began in kindergarten with 5-year-olds. Now, were we intentionally talking about abortion to children? No, we weren't. Nothing in the program to 5-year-olds is something that you were going to go, oh, I don't want my 5-year-old learning about that. No. It was about boundaries. It was about protecting your body. It was things that you would say, okay, that's not a problem for me. Oh, and by the way, when a Planned Parenthood goes into a school, and we were in many parochial schools and many private schools. And how did we get in there? Because we didn't say we were Planned Parenthood. We said we were a program called Big Decisions or Healthy Alternatives or something like that. They disguise themselves because the enemy is sly. They don't say that they're Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, they are liars. They are deceivers. And that's how they're getting to our children. But the point is not to go in there and tell them about abortion when they're 5 years old. The point is to develop a relationship with your children when they're 5 years old. But I will say in first grade, our program did involve bringing stuffed animals into the classroom and showing them different sexual positions with stuffed animals. First grade is when it became graphic. And it just got worse from there. The whole point of getting into the school and developing a relationship with your children is so that when your children do start to have questions about sexuality, and they will, is so that that Planned Parenthood educator can say to your child, listen, when you start having questions, you can come to me. Don't go to your parents. Your parents don't understand. They're old. You're going to get in trouble if you ask your parents questions like this. So don't go to your parents. Come to me. You can trust me. You've known me since you were 5 years old. Right? So you can come to me. Don't go to your parents. How do I know these Planned Parenthood educators are saying this? Because I used to say it. This is what we're trained to say. This is what we're trained to do. And so the kids start coming to you when their hormones start going wild and they're 11, 12, 13 years old, and they come to you and they go, Miss Abby, I'm starting to have questions about my sexuality, blah, blah, blah. And we go, oh, you know what? If you're even thinking about that, we need to get you into a clinic and we need to get you on birth control. And we put them on a birth control pill. We put them on the pill. Why? Because we know there's a high human error rate. Did you know that in order for the birth control pill to work perfectly, you have to take the birth control pill every single day within a 2-hour time frame? I am 43 years old, friends. If you asked me to take a pill every day within a 2-hour time frame, I would fail. But you put that into the hands of an 11-year-old and you ask her to do it, she assuredly is going to fail. And that's the whole point. That's the whole point. They want her to fail. They know she's going to fail. They know she's going to fail. The Guttmacher Institute, which is Planned Parenthood's research arm, even identified the failure. They did research on this. They said that 60% of women who have abortions were using contraception at the time that they got pregnant. More than half. Planned Parenthood knows this. This is Planned Parenthood's research people. They know this. They're banking on it. They're banking on these young women not properly using their birth control pill. That's why they give it to them in the first place. So these young girls are going to fail to take their pill. And then what happens? They get pregnant. And then who do they go to? Do they go to their parents? No, because the Planned Parenthood sex educator has been telling them, don't go to your parents, don't go to your parents. Your parents are going to get mad at you. Your parents aren't safe. You come to me. And so that young child is going to go to their Planned Parenthood educator. And what am I going to say? Oh, don't worry about it. You can get an abortion. And you say, oh, well, we live in Texas. Abortion is illegal. Bull. Bull. Any girl at any age in the state of Texas can get mail order abortion pills sent to any address she wants in the state of Texas and any state across this country. Abortion may on paper be illegal in the state of Texas, but any child, any woman can get an abortion pill mailed to her within days in this state. And nobody's doing anything about it. And that's exactly what will happen. And that young girl is going to go over to her friend's house one evening, and she's going to take those pills, and she's going to bleed and bleed and bleed, and she's going to think she's hemorrhaging. She's going to think she's dying. Did you know that almost 40% of women who take the medication abortion pill think that they are dying when they take it? Because they bleed so heavy? Did you know that 20% of women who take the medication abortion pill have severe complications? This is no joke. But these girls are able to get these pills off of over 70 different websites. They don't ask for ID. You don't have to verify that you're pregnant. You don't have to verify that your pregnancy is in your uterus. They don't care if you have an ectopic pregnancy. You never talk to a physician. The fact that the abortion movement says that an abortion is between a woman and her doctor is laughable. These women never see a doctor. They never talk to a doctor. They never even talk to a medical professional. They don't even talk to a nurse. The abortion industry is a safe haven for abusers. This is an opportunity to cover up crimes again and again and again. And it's happening every day. So the abortion industry, their business model is for a young girl to have, or it's for a woman to have 3 abortions in her lifetime. 1 before she hits the age of 18. 1 during her college years between the ages of 18 and 24. and one right when she starts her career before the age of 30. If a woman will have 3 abortions before the age of 30, they consider that a success. But let me tell you something. Abortion is not going to be where they stop. I believe the next venture for the abortion industry is going to be getting into transgender surgeries. Because why in the world are you worried about getting $500-600 off an abortion when you can transition one patient for $80,000 to $100,000? Many people ask me, Abby, why is the abortion industry and the LGBT movement so closely intertwined? Because they are both profoundly anti-God and they are both profoundly anti-life. There is something incredibly demonic about a person whose sexual act does not create a human being telling a woman who is already pregnant with life in the womb that she should destroy that life. And that's what's happening inside of abortion clinics across this country every day. We have to fight back. We have to take a stand. There are many, many things that we can tackle as moms. There are many things that we can tackle as parents. There are many things that we can take a stand against. But this is an industry that is killing our children. This is an industry. We can fight against all kinds of different things, but there is no fight if we have no children. We have to stand up against this demonic industry that is destroying our children every single day. Now is the time. Now is the time to stand up, to fight back, to use your voices, to use them boldly, to call abortion what it is. It is child sacrifice. It is the same child sacrifice that we see in the Old Testament. Molech, Baal, it's the same thing. We just call it something more palatable. We call it abortion. We call it pregnancy termination. We call it all these other things. It is child sacrifice. It is murder. Stand bold. Stay connected. Stand for life. Thank you all so much, and God bless you.
The American dream, full of grit, determination, hard work, and unthinkable achievements. Building and owning your own business is a monumental task. Preserving your dream in today's business environment has become a multi-layered challenge. A place to find guidance, resources, and connections doesn't exist. Until now. The Freedom Chamber, the pro-American business network.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard her beautiful voice over the last few days. Please welcome to our stage the gorgeous face of Moms for America Senior Project Manager, radio host, and conservative activist Raquel Mitchell to moderate our last panel, Moms in Action and Making a Difference.
Hello. Now I get to see what's going on out here. Well, I'm not going to waste time because we have a great panel. I'm going to introduce to you the lovely Vanessa Fowler, Ali Legge, and Kendall Bailey. Come on out here, ladies. Join me because I'm alone. I feel lonely. This is my dream come true. This is how Oprah should have been, right? Some conservative ladies.
True.
You know what I mean? Okay, so without further ado, let's see. Vanessa Faura is the Executive Director of Moms for America Action. She and I work together on the Moms for America Action side. Vanessa Alilegi is Director of Civic Engagement for Moms for America. She's also on the same side, C4. And Kendall Bailey, media personality, commentator, and activist. Incredible.
Powerhouse up here.
Okay, like... What are we gonna do first? All right, so listen. How did you ladies get involved? How did you get your start? I wanna find out what was the spark that said, hey, I wanna get involved. So I'm gonna start with you, Vanessa, and then go on down the line.
Sure, so I'll make this long story short. I am originally from Peru. My parents and I, along with my siblings, migrated to the US from Peru when I was 9 years old. We came into the country legally, by the way. And after 7 years of trying hard and getting those petitions in, but we made it. And when I turned 18, it was time for me to become a naturalized American citizen, just like my parents had naturalized. So it was my time. And little did I know then is that I had to take this naturalization test and go through an interview with the United States Customs and Immigration Services folks. So I had to read about American history, and I had to learn about America. And guys, let me tell you that it stroked me. Like I still get goosebumps from it, because when I started reading about America and about our founding principles and what made this nation the greatest nation on earth, I was shocked to learn that everything that my parents have taught me and everything we came to the US for, freedom, opportunity, prosperity, pretty much entailed the very principles that made this country the greatest nation on earth. So I was thrilled to learn about the most wonderful, powerful story that the world has ever known, and that is the story of America. And because of that, I decided that I wanted to share that information with people that I was surrounded by that had no idea about that what it took when it comes to voting, understanding where the candidates stand on the issues. And it was important to understand who were the conservatives and who weren't. But there was so much lack of information out there, even within my own community, that I wanted to go out there and tell them about it and tell them, look, you have to look at the candidates based on where they stand on the issues, and you have to vote your values. And these are these candidates, right? So that's how I got involved.
Now, for those of you who do not know, Vanessa is very thorough. So I want you to know she wasn't planning. Some people just study for the test. She wasn't studying for the test. She wanted to completely 100% understand it. So when she says that she studied it and she gets goosebumps, this is authentically Vanessa. Yep. All right. Allie, what was the spark? You got involved in school board. What happened with that?
Well, so I've been involved, I would like to say, since about 2017. I realized that there was an attack on medical freedom. They were trying to strip away religious and medical exemptions from vaccinations. I did a deep dive into the literature. I studied CDC literature, NIH literature, all the things from the three-letter agencies that govern that aspect of it. And I saw California aiming to strip those away. We had that happen in Florida. And all of our moms got together and we killed about, I think, 7 bills that were aiming to strip away parental rights. I created an organization called Moms for Freedom in Florida. And we held a Reopen Tampa rally in 2020 when our government lost its mind and decided to tell who was essential and who wasn't essential. And I say my patriotic spider senses went off. And they made me put my combat boots back on, although I've never been in combat. But I am military, so I feel like, that's part of our uniform. So they made me put my combat boots back on, and I fought in a different way. But we held a Reopen Tampa rally. We had 500 people show up to that rally, and it was just 5 moms that got together and told our communities that we needed to stand up. We made international news that day, and then afterwards, we looked at each other and we said, oh my gosh, elections are this year. We need to make sure we have candidates that align with our values and our principles of America and liberty, and so they're not stripping it away, so we need to figure out who those people are. We held a forum. At the time, we didn't know that's what that was called. We had them all come out. Everybody that aligned with our values, we went out with moms were baby wearing, stroller pushing, out with their families, their husbands, their neighbors, their friends, campaigning for the people that aligned with us. Everybody won their primary. Only 2 lost their general that year. That's the power of moms.
That is wonderful.
And that's how I ran for school board in 22.
That is wonderful.
My son was told that the Constitution could be suspended under emergency rule while he was in school. From a history teacher, by the way.
That would do it for me. How about you guys?
Yep.
Right.
So I ran for school board, and now I'm here with Moms for America.
You are doing too much to be so young and beautiful.
Dynamite comes in small packages, y'all.
Okie doke. How did you get your start? What was the fire? What was the spark? What got
For
you?
me, I mean, I was raised in a Christian conservative household. I was always very awake, but it was when they started masking our kids that I couldn't do it anymore. I started to form these rallies. We went to the Capitol. I live in Kentucky, and we got news media outlets there and just refused to put masks on our kids. And I said, no more. And then I got a lot more publicity when I shared my story, and I'm not going to go into all of it, but essentially I was diagnosed with cancer, and the night before my surgery, we found out that I was pregnant. And so spoken on a couple different news channels for March for Life and things like that. But so then that message got out, and then I thought, I have a voice. God blessed me with a voice, and I might just be a mom, but he wants me to use this voice, and he wants me to be bold for our children. So I did.
Now, Kendall, you are really bold because you have a huge social media following. We were talking in the back, and I said, how many followers do you have? You said, how many?
230,000.
230,000. Now, Kendall, is this something that you did? Like, are you a professional in social media? Like before? Like, are you a social media professional?
No, I mean, it was one of those things. I started sharing videos, and I remember I was sitting at my parents' house one night, and I said, you guys, I have 5,000 followers. And then the next night, my husband was moving to Kentucky. We were in this transition. I know that's a trigger word. We were in a transition of moving from Colorado to Kentucky. And I remember sitting on the floor with my parents, and I did another video, and it went viral again. And so I prayed, and I said, God, if you want me to continue to be on social media, like, you got to make this obvious. You have to open doors. And I mean, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. And I mean, it just kept growing, and God was using my voice.
And you're at 230? 230,000 followers, just starting on our own, just doing it on our own. So what does that mean to you all out there? Well, yes.
You can do it. You can do this. Yeah. You can use your voices. You know, you're sitting there, I'm just a grandma. I'm just a mom. No, you're not. God has anointed each of us with something. Now, I'm not saying that, everybody has to go on social media and use their voice, but everybody has a place. And I know that Lindsey Graham, when she was up here talking about that, everybody has something that they can do. And I want you to really listen to what is that God's calling you to do, because everybody has something in this fight.
That's right. So it's all about using your talent, whatever that is. When I got involved, I'm like, whatever you need me to do, if it's within my talent pool, I'll do it. So now let's get into what can these moms do? I know all of you are involved to some degree, and you've all chosen your niche, but we have so many opportunities. So Vanessa, let's talk about some of the opportunities these moms have to get involved this year.
Sure. So this is one of the great things for why Moms for America exists. We have so many tools, resources, capabilities out there that you can easily go to our website and find pretty much anything, like everything you wanna work on, like just anything that you like to be involved with, it's on there. Obviously, right now we're having 2 large or big national grassroots campaigns with the Moms Walkathon, and I'll tell you very briefly about that. The Moms Walkathon, it's basically a door knocking event. It's an event where we're getting moms from all over the country, primarily our 10 priority states, involved to get out there, talk to their neighbors, talk to their friends and family, the people in their neighborhoods, to make sure that, 1, there's an election happening, 2, where they stand on the issues. Is illegal immigration a #1 top issue, or is it the economy? Just basically IDing these folks out there so that we can make sure that they're coming out and getting involved, mobilizing the moms out there. So we're going to specific counties within our 10 states that we're targeting so that we can get the mom vote out. And then also, doing ballot chasing where we're calling moms from, everywhere, asking them, if you've requested a ballot, make sure you're returning the ballot. Do you need help knowing how to do that if you haven't done so already? So there's so many things. And this year, it's the most important presidential election of our lifetime. We all know that. And we need to do something about it. I know most of you here, if not all of you, are already doing something, but it's not enough. And I hate to say that. We need to do more. And Moms for America has an array of resources and tools that can help you get active and help others get mobilized. So always keep that in mind. Everything is on our website. We're doing great work. This year is going to be massive with getting the moms and the women in general vote out. And just, things to put it into perspective, during the midterms, we had about 300 conservative women running for office. Like, think about that for a moment, right? But then how many of us or how many women out there stayed home and did not come out to vote? It is a shame, right? Because we need to get out there. So just whatever you can do, even if that means going to your neighbor's house and telling your neighbor, look, this is what we're doing. This is what Moms for America is doing. Come out and help us spread the word. But this year, it's so important. And thank goodness we have everything on the website that can help with that.
Very true. Thank you very much. MFAaction.com, just for those of you who don't know already, but I'm sure you do. Allie, tell us what we're doing. What are we doing? You're the school board guru.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
I'm a civic engagement, so all things civic, right? School board is very important. Education is the heart of our nation. When you educate the child, so goes the soul of the nation, and we need to make sure that we have people that are involved in every single position of that. So what I do is I teach you guys, families, moms, dads, grandparents, everybody in the community, the proper roles and responsibilities of the elected positions and those that are hired within the district in order for you to make positive change. So we advocate that you build effective relationships, right, so that you can push forward positive legislation or positive policy that supports children and their education, making sure that it's not about culture, that it's more about educational outcomes, excellence. We need to get back to educational excellence, and it's so important. My people perish for their lack of knowledge, and if you don't understand the roles and responsibilities of those you have agreed, consented to govern you, you lose every single time. So I like to activate our parents and our mamas to get more involved civically, for sure.
And I'm sorry, Allie, I always put you in the school board because you ran for school board.
I did.
So I'm like stuck on that. I'm like,
I know.
ran for school
It's
board.
okay.
And she took it to them.
I did.
So that's always in my head.
I was the first school board candidate to ever be endorsed by a sitting governor, as the first time candidate to ever run. Guys, it's possible. You can do it. Just stand on principle and don't move. Don't waver your principles or your values, and speak truth, and people will see that. And that's what Governor Ron DeSantis saw in me, and I flew with it. I mean, I didn't win my race, but I did earn 85,000 votes. We only had 20% of the Republican base come out to vote that year, which is atrocious. We need more people to come out and vote. We cannot have 20, we're not gonna win the election if we only have 20% of the Republican base come out and vote. It's just not gonna happen. So we need more people to be involved in their party, learn the proper roles, right? Learn the game, play it better, and kick their butt, right? That's how you do it, so.
Yes. Allie, I'm excited about that. And you're right, and you're absolutely right, Vanessa. This is the most important. We say it every time. I get it. We say it all the time. But this really is very important.
We got to show it.
That's right. And we got to show it. We got to show up. So I'm asking you, find something. Go to our website. Participate in what we have to offer as far as getting the vote out in your state. And let's do it. Let's really show them how powerful we women are, how powerful moms are, and how much of a difference we can make, not just in our hamlets, but across this country. We have a voice. Let's use it. Let's show them. Got it? All right. Now look, we have an influencer right here. I've never really talked to an influencer. And I want to know how she does it. Don't you all want to know how she does it? Because if we can't do anything else, because sometimes, look, I'm getting a little long in the tooth, if you know what I mean, and the joints ache, so you know what I mean, for no reason. And so I want to be able to do something if I'm, if my knee goes out, my trick knee that I never did any tricks with, if it goes out, I want to know how I can do something at home. So can you give us just a tad of, just a little bit of how you built that, and also you have something that you want to share about just being a normal person, doing your normal person things, and getting engaged too. So,
well, I want to
ahead,
take it
Kendall.
back. That first night, I think it was the first night, they said, the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. That is such a powerful statement, and that should hit on all of you in here, because we think that, oh, well, I'm just a mom. Like I said earlier, I'm just a mom, I'm just a grandma, I'm just a grandpa. You guys have so much influence. So I might hold that title of influencer. You're all influencers. You all have influence in all these children's lives. So be bold and know that even if you're not talking to 230,000 people, 1 million people, whatever it is, you're talking to those children. And you're the voice for those children. So I want you to do that. I will share a story. Unpopular, this is a total unpopular opinion, but my children are in public school. And I will say, I trust my public school. I am very involved in my public school, and the majority of the teachers there go to our church. However, last night I received a phone call from my son that he went to the book fair, and my children know that they're not allowed to go to the Scholastics book, but they can go. They're not allowed to spend money at the Scholastics book fair because it's trash. It's absolute garbage. It's indoctrination. And my sweet warrior, he is in 6th grade, called me and he said, Mama, we went to the book fair, and when we walked in, there was a whole display for the LGBTQVZIABS community. And he said there was a poster. And I said, well, what was on the poster? And he said, well, there were 2 boys, and they were making out with each other. And one of my favorite things to do with my kids is we go to Barnes & Noble, and we go up and down the book aisles, and we find all of those nasty books, and we take them and we move them to the self-help section. And we flip them around, or we move them to other areas, but these little eyes shouldn't see them. And so my son immediately called me, and I immediately got on the phone and scheduled an appointment to meet with the principal. I'm telling you this because if we pull all of our children out of these schools, then we don't have light in these schools. So what I would encourage you to do, if you have children in the public school system, I still think there are incredible teachers there, your children need to be the warriors in that space. And you need to create a space where they can come home and they can tell you something that happened, and they know that you're not going to call the school and embarrass them, but you're going to do it in a tasteful way, and that school knows nothing is getting passed on this mama bear. And I'm going to be the voice in that school. So I'm going to leave you with that, is to just use your voice and send your kids out so they can be powerhouses in that space.
Could I just piggyback off of her real fast?
Absolutely.
So I love that you do that, and that's something that you're encouraging others to do. Because what we do here at Moms for America, and what I do with Moms for America, is we have this program called School District Ambassadors. And what that is essentially having moms in every single district. That's like over 13,000 in the entire nation. We need one person or several people in every single district that's willing to be the light in our schools, to build those relationships with those that are elected and hired in your district level, so that you can push safety, so that you can push academic excellence, so you can be there to understand why these board members are pushing the things that they're pushing, and be the influence that, hey, look, this does not align. How does having my children learn about, gay sex or heterosexual sex or any kind of pornographic material help them pass their SATs? How does that help them graduate on level? Those are the types of questions you need to ask, and that's what we teach and what I'm able to help people learn. I'm so focused on solutions, guys. If we focus on the issues, we lose every single time. The mission is to find the solutions so that we can advance our mission, which is making sure that our children are properly educated.
And sometimes it's not just fighting, it's how we fight.
It's exactly how you
It's
fight.
how we fight. We can, if we're smart, we can get them and beat them at their own game, yeah? Vanessa, what are you gonna leave us with? Not to put you on the spot. Quick.
When I was a child going to school in this country, learning English, science, math, school for my family and my brother and myself was a safe haven. We loved getting into that yellow bus and going to school, and my parents were just so glad because they knew we loved it, and they felt peace when they sent us off because they knew we were going. Fast forward 25 years later, I'm getting up at 6 a.m, afraid to send my own child to school. Where's the America my family and I came to? What kind of America are we going to leave our children? It is our responsibility. It's not just, I love America. You have to show it. You have to show it by taking action to defend it and save it because we're losing it. Where are you going to go? Back to Peru, where I come from? Trust me, America is still the greatest nation on earth, but we have to keep it that way, and it takes work and responsibility. There's no other country in this world that's better than America. So it is your responsibility, my responsibility to do more. I know it took money, energy, time to be here, and I applaud you for that. We needed you here, but we need you to do just a little bit more by getting your neighbors, friends mobilized. It is our responsibility to make sure they're getting their behinds out there and voting, because if we don't get these right representatives or candidates elected, we're done. So I will leave you with that. So don't just say, I love America, act on it.
Well, I think you could have just dropped the mic, Vanessa. Just drop the mic. Listen, we want to thank you. I hope we inspired you to find something, just one more thing, like Vanessa said, just one more thing you can do. We have to save this country. By the way, I'm going to take this last couple seconds to confess something. I am not a mother. I am not a mother. I'm an aunt. I'm a friend's kids play aunt, as they used to call it. I don't let them do anything. The saying among my friend is, with their young daughter is, what would Raquel say? She would not like that. So that's who I am. And I'm doing it because I do this. I started getting involved because I want kids to grow up in the same world I grew up in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we're moms, we want to make sure everyone joins us for lunch. Please, everyone, vendors, all of the Czech people, the wonderful people at the church who've been helping us, please, all of us, join us in the tent for lunch. We'll see you there. Bye. Lindsey Graham will be selling her books and signing them. That's worth everything. Thank you.
Attention all. Patriot Barbie is selling her books. The proceeds will be going to Moms for America right outside in the lobby.